Live from Afton, Wyoming, it's the 2023 Mountain States Stock Dog Association National Finals, presented by Nutrena. What's inside counts.
Journey teaching in Holly, 4 points in the time of 2:49. Next up, there was the Red Sky. Craig Ball for Ricky.
Am I going to be live now?
Again, we talked about Country Vet, natural earlier, loved by pets, trusted sponsors. Visit them at .com. And also for Stock Dog.
John Stoudemire. Really good. He's going to be all the way. He's going to be one that he is. He is a sponsor. Good sponsor. Has a really good stock dog meetings.
Okay, good morning, Afton, Wyoming. We're here. We're starting with the novice sheep. You got Elliot Roberts on the horn. Novice cattle. Okay. Can you turn me down a little bit? I'm hearing a lot of myself. That was louder. Turn down. That's perfect. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So we got Tim Jessen in the arena with Ann. Tim's from Nebraska. So let's see what he can do. These dogs are pretty fantastic here. So what we've got is we've got 6 obstacles altogether in here. I just sit down so I didn't see the very beginning of Tim's run. And I'm not sure if he's just working the fetch right now. That's obstacle number 1. So he's got his cattle through there. Yep. So what he's got to do is he's got to maneuver these 3 head of cattle through a group of obstacles. The course is set up, and they had their meeting this morning. They're going to go obstacle in order, 1, 2, 3. Every obstacle's got a number on it. And you can see Tim out there in the mud right now. It rained pretty good yesterday, and it rained last night. So he's trying to maneuver these cattle through, it looks like, obstacle number 2. So cattle work off a pressure and release system, and that's what he's trying to work in conjunction with his dog. Right now, the dog's a little bit in the way. Got to call him back. There he goes. Now these cattle are going to walk through obstacle number 2. He'll get the dog behind him, push him a little bit, and Tim's going to try to set himself up for the next obstacle, obstacle number 3. So let's see what he's doing. They got to maneuver the cattle. The dog's doing a good job of pushing and staying off. Doesn't want to put too much pressure on the cattle where they're running off or getting mad. They're coming in and they're going to have to get into this obstacle and make a right turn. So let's take a look. They look like they're going correct. The dog's over on the left side, putting a little bit of pressure on them, made them turn. Beautiful job, Tim. Now they're going to come out and they're going to go to the far side of the arena and go through obstacle number 4. Let's see, they're going to, Ann's going to push them down that fence line. And when that obstacle comes into view, you'll see it. There it is, coming up with the big 4 on it. The cattle have to go between the obstacle and the fence, between the panels and the fence. So very important the way Ann works. So it looked like, Tim timed out. He gets a 6-minute course. So he had 6 minutes to maneuver. He must have had trouble at the very beginning before I sat down. Here come our fantastic cattle crew on horseback, getting these cattle out of the arena. You'll see them through the day. Okay, we've got a great set of sponsors out here. Nutrena is our major sponsor. They are bringing you this live feed through the entire week, and we've got 3 arenas here. We've got you're looking at the second arena, which is pretty darn wet. Then we have the upper arena, which they're running the nursery cattle in, and then the sheep arena, which of course they run the sheep in. So all 3 of them are live fed. You can go back and forth on the, with the links, and you can see what's happening. Okay, now that they've got the cattle out, we're going to have Seth Neild and Hector. Seth is from Afton, Wyoming. Again, this is the novice cattle class. So Seth and Hector are walking into the arena now. So when they start, where the obstacle number 1, where you see the 1, that's called our fetch. When they start the course, Seth has to be behind that where he is standing. That's where he's got to start his dog. The cattle are going to come out the far end. We can't see it right now, but apparently he's asked for the cattle. He sent Hector around there. There's the cattle. He's going to pick those up. They come out of the gate right there by the green Nutrena sign. Hector will come around. He's got to lift them and start them moving. There he goes. And he is trying to get those cattle through that opening in the fetch panels where the number 1 is. You see, not always does the cattle want to cooperate. They want to walk around. So Hector needs to get over there like he has, put a little pressure on that side, and turn them. Okay, we got one cow that wants to come over and talk to Hector. Okay, pressure and release. This is what it's all about. This is nice job. Hector put a little bit more pressure on them to get them right through there. They're standing there. Sometimes the cattle want to move a little more than others, and other cattle just need a little bit more help. Cattle will normally follow a leader. So if you get one through and the others are standing there, probably going to go through. Hector's doing a pretty darn good job out there controlling them. The thing about working cattle is you want to try to do low stress. Low stress. You don't want to stress the cattle. You don't want to put them under a lot of extra pressure, so they get tense. You're running the weight off of them. It's all about keeping these cattle calm. And the idea of the dog is to help doing that. So here we come into obstacle number 2, where you see the number 2. Seth and Hector have done a good job of directing them in. They come through around this panel and out the other side. Now they're going to go to obstacle number 3. Okay. So they've got to make a right turn. Hector goes over on the left, puts a little bit of pressure on him. And if you noticed, when Hector came around that left side, those cattle started turning their heads to the right. So now they're going to go up to the corner where you see the number 4 panel. They'll come behind that, between the fence and the panel. Okay. These classes are all judged on points and time. So every time we get the cattle through an obstacle, you'll get 15 points per head that goes through there. So if all 3 go through like they just did through that obstacle and the other ones, he's going to wind up with 45 points. I think there's a total of 270 points. So now he has completed all 4 of them. And now he's got to come down to the pen and the sort, which are the last 2. You've got to get them into a pen. They've all got to be in it. And then you have to sort your cattle out of the pen. And you'll see that in a minute when he comes down. I can't see the clock right now, so I don't know how much time he has. It's a 6-minute course. Sometimes cattle don't always want to stay together. We got this black one that wants to just kind of run off and do his own thing. Now Hector does a good job about putting him back. Bess has gone out and kind of helped Hector a little bit. So we've got to get him into the pen where you see the number 5. Bring him in here. But there's 2 openings on the other side where you see the 6. There's an opening just to the left of the 6. There's an opening on the right side of the 6. He has to get all 3 of those cattle in the pen. Looks like he's got them all penned now. Okay, so we got pen points. So now he has to sort those cattle. Let's see how he works. This is kind of the toughest place in the course. A lot of things happening. Your dog has to be in the right position. You have to be in the right position. He's got to get a cow out that side. So he's got to figure out how to get one of them out. Right there.
I don't know. Do you know where he joined? He's not for a while.
I didn't have an opportunity to get to the handlers meeting this morning, so I think they're going to do it the same way they did yesterday, where one has to come out of the side that the 2 came out of, but only one. 1 out the left side, then 2 out the right side is the way they have to do it. So he didn't do that. So now he's got to reload those cattle and try it again. Looks like he just used up his 6 minutes, and now we're into a commercial. So. Next up, we've got Haley Owens coming in with Gus. Haley is from Bristow, Oklahoma. So for those of you that aren't familiar with dog trialing and cattle working, you've got commands. The handler will either talk to the dog by voice or by whistle. So he's got, if he wants to send the dog counterclockwise, the command is away to me, or most people just say away, and the dog will go counterclockwise. If you want him to go clockwise, the command is come by or go by. People use either one. Some of them just use come or go, and the dog goes in that direction. Then if you want the dog to walk straight into the cattle, you will say walk up, and the dog should walk directly into the cattle, whether it be their head end or the back end or the side. You want them to go straight to the cattle. So here comes Haley Owens and Gus from Oklahoma. So let's see what she does. Looks like most people have been setting the dogs up to go in the away side. So she just raised her hand, called for the cattle. Here come the cattle out the gate. Our fantastic cattle crew opens the gate. They set these cattle in a very quiet way, and she sends Gus on and away. Let's see, he's going to go behind. He should cover those cattle. Great job, Gus. Covers them, starts moving them. Now Haley's got to control Gus to get those cattle straight through the middle. Gus is getting a little excited there, it looks like, maybe not taking his command properly. And, got into the cattle where now they're getting a little excited. Let's see if he can put them back together. Good job. Right through there. That was a great fetch. Now she's coming to obstacle number 2. It's a team sport with the handler and the dog working as a team. You can see where Haley's kind of positioned herself to put pressure on those cattle and coming one way. Now Gus is kind of running around there. They've got to come right in where they're looking. With Haley over there, she's put enough pressure on them. Now she's going to line herself up for this obstacle number 3, which is kind of a tougher obstacle. Let's see how she works that. Got a good group of cattle. Steve White has done a great job getting these cattle in shape, working them with the dogs. He had a trial at his house just last Thursday and Friday to put 2 more runs on each one of these cattle. Got out a few more that maybe weren't quite right, maybe a little high-headed, wanted to run off, didn't want to stay with the group. And he's got about 400 head of cattle over here. Hopefully they're all matched up. Some will get better, some will decide they don't want to play, but they're all starting out to be really good. So what Haley has to do is this obstacle, the cattle can either go straight, but they need to turn to the right. Okay, see? They started off correctly. Now she sends them around, a little bit of pressure, and Gus did what we call overflanking. That means she flanked him, sent him on a flank, and he went too far. Either he didn't take her stop command, or he just went on his own. So now the cattle went out the back end of that, and now she's got to come in and reload them and try it all over. They have to come in from this lower side, like she did, and then make that right turn. If they go straight out, she's got to start all over with it. So again, this is the novice class, and a lot of these handlers, this is the first year they're here. Could be the first year they're trialing. This sport has grown so much that it's just unbelievable how big our novice class has got. You know, there's an open class, which is for the more advanced and professional handlers, trainers. Then there's an intermediate class for those that are not quite of the open caliber yet, but good job, Gus. Good job. Then there's an intermediate class where we have handlers that are not quite of the open caliber yet, but they're beyond the beginner class. This class is our novice, and this class has just grown so much. There's been so many new people and dogs come into this. Handlers that have done agility with their dogs and want to do something different. People that have been just strictly sheep people, and they've come over to the cattle side and want to do this. So the novice class gives them an opportunity to learn and grow and meet a lot of different people. So it's just a tribute to this Mountain States Stock Dog Association as far as what they have done to influence this sport and grow it. So what Haley's trying to do is she has to get these cattle moved out of this corner. And you can see how Gus is coming in, but he's kind of coming in the head. I think she needs to get him back to the back end. There she goes. She moves him around. Sometimes the dogs aren't willing to accept our partnership. You know, they kind of work on their own, and they kind of want to blow us off every once in a while. So that's where our learning and our experience come into play. Sometimes as a handler, we don't know exactly what we want to do. So she's into the sort. Well, they blew right through her. Okay. So now Gus has to group these guys up again, bring them around, and let's try it again. Okay, well, looks like Haley's timed out, so I'm going to give you guys we're in a commercial, and I think you're seeing all this stuff on your screens. You know, our sponsors, Windmill Stock Dogs, Mike Thompson, who's a competitor here from Hobbs, New Mexico. Let me give you some just things that are happening that if you've seen. All right, just little facts. It takes 10 semi-loads to haul the livestock back and forth, plus 6 pickup trucks loads back and forth to make the finals. You guys don't even realize how much work these directors and friends have helped. You know, if you look at the arenas, all this black tarp that's up there around all 3 of the arenas, that was put up by volunteers. And that's a 2-day process. We did it all day, Saturday and Sunday. Sunday it blew like crazy when we set up the mating arena. Okay, here comes Mark Stelling from Hollister, California, and his dog Rico. Mark's from California, and by the way, California has the most handlers at the finals. I don't know how many, but it has the most, followed by Utah and Idaho. Okay, Mark's setting his dog up to go on the come-by side. So we'll see how that works out for Mark. So he's going to go over to the other side. Whoops. Mark, turn around and see what Rico's doing. He's kind of following you. So Mark's got a theory. He says, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to block this side, put a little pressure out here. The cattle move the other way. I'll send Rico the other way and see what happens.
There was a
So Rico's going to pick up the cattle. He's got to go all the way around, push them back into the fetch. Looks like he's doing a good job there. You can see how much more pressure the dog puts on those cattle. Oh, come on, Mark, get old Rico over there. Good job. Okay. All he has to do is be there, and those cattle move away from him. That was a good fetch. Nice work, Mark. Okay, now he's coming to obstacle number 2. Getting them lined up. Rico gets around there, stops them. And this is Mark's first year of really trialing. Now, you know, when you look at this, and if you haven't done this before, you don't know how much pressure we put on ourselves. You know, we get out there and of course more so for the novice handler and the intermediate handler, more so than the open handlers. You know, they're pretty advanced, you know. They really know what they're doing. We're still trying to figure it out, you know. So we lose sight of things. They tell you not to look at your dog, you know, watch the cattle. You should be able to see what the cattle are doing. Watch your obstacle. So he's got him in the obstacle right now. And Mark's going to step up there. He cannot walk into. That's about as far as he can go. He can't walk past that panel. Rico's doing his job on the other side, blocking him from going out. Now, Mark brings Rico to him. There, just like that. Those cattle will walk right where they should, hopefully. There they go. Now they're going to go over to that far right corner and go through obstacle number 4. That one cow wants to travel, and all Rico has to do is push the back one. So the theory is direct the front one, push the back one. Seems pretty simple, doesn't it? Pretty hard to see those black cattle against that black tarp. And actually yesterday we saw a couple dogs that had that problem. They went around and they just couldn't see them. So they're doing good. They went through obstacle number 4 pretty easily. They're on a nice pace coming to the pen where you see the number 5. Now they can get through between the fence and the obstacle on the fence side. So the dog has to block that. Mark's kind of working this side. Another thing he has to be careful of there is if the cattle start trotting, Mark might not have enough time to get up and block that front opening, which he has to get all 3 cattle inside that pen before any of them can come out. So now they're penned. He's going to walk over. He's got to get one out the left side where the 6 is. Okay, you got one that's kind of pointed, but 2 of them are kind of walking there, so he's got to get up there and make the split. Nice job, but he can't. There, good job. They're not allowed to go out the back. So that was a nice sort. Rico did a good job of being in position on the left. Looks like it's about a 4-minute and 25-second run. 29 seconds. Completed the course. So as a handler, we're kind of working in a little bit of a disadvantage there with in this mud. You know, you don't want to fall down. The dog's probably the same way. So again, we've got our sponsor, Nutrena, 100% wholesome nutrition. So you can go to their website, pick them up. We've got another sponsor, Apex Ranch Legends Stock Dog Sales. They do a fantastic job of moving a lot of these dogs around the country and giving handlers and owners a potential marketplace for them online. We've got one coming up right now, the 22nd through the 24th. Go online, apexranchlegends.com, and you can see the auction happening. You can bid on them. Bidding starts 8 a.m. on the 22nd, ends at 7 p.m. on the 24th. You might buy yourself a nice dog. I think there's several of these dogs that are being competed with this year here that may be in that auction. So take a look. Here's Sarah Venegas from Haines, Oregon. She's calling for cattle, and there goes her puppy. So you'd like these cattle to continue to move forward in a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that's going to be your fastest. So these cattle are kind of wanting to go out, so the dog gets a little bit on that side and brings them back. They're going right through the center. He's doing a really good job. Now the pressure, the cattle can see, they can feel that dog's pressure behind them, and they can see him a little bit. That dog doesn't have to come all the way around to the head. And you see how far he came out, and it pushed him over to that fence. So then he had to straighten them out. So a little bit of pressure, and that's all it takes. And they're moving in a straight line. They're walking right into it. Sarah's doing a good job on her side. Again, pressure and release. Got a nice run going here. The cattle are all staying together. They're moving on towards obstacle number 3. Now she's got to push, get them. There you go. That was nice work by Sarah of getting her dog into that position to just move them over. Just keep them going. Direct the front ones, push the back ones. Pretty easy work going through obstacle number 4. Just keep them moving. You don't want to stop these cattle because then you'll have to get them started again. So just keep them walking. Keep them walking and direct them. Direct the front one. You see how he just pushed that red cow's head over a little bit and kept him moving. He's doing a good job. They want to come out here to the center for some reason, this group does, so the dog needs to come over here and push them back towards where you're looking at that number 5 on the end of that panel. Looks good. Nice job. They're pinned, so she got her 45 points. Now she's working on that sort. We got to get one out her left side where the 6 is. Her partner's got to block that back end. We can't have anything going out the back, where she's got to bring them back in. 2 came out, so she's got to go back and reload them. 1 has to come out that side, 2 out the other side. They've made it a little bit tough for the handlers, but this is the national finals. And it's not easy, you know. So Sarah's going to bring them around again. Put them back in. Once they've been in there, they're probably going to load up pretty easy. And then she'll try that sword again. She's at about 4 minutes. This is a 6-minute course. She's working on 5, just about to hit 5-minute mark now. If you can see the timer up in the judge's booth. There's one. Okay, now if she doesn't turn that other one around, there you go, Sarah. Nice job. 5 minutes and 24 seconds. So that was a good run. And it's always good to get to the last obstacle and get a full score. Okay, a couple other interesting points here is the majority of the handlers prefer the color blue. Now, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but when we sign up for the finals, they send us this sheet and they ask us all these irrelevant questions, and that was one of them apparently. So most of the people prefer blue, and most people prefer working cattle over sheep, and the majority of them enjoy watching the show Yellowstone. That's amazing. There are over 200 dogs competing this week. Of those, there is only 1 McNab. There's 4 Kelpies, 3 Australian Shepherds, 1 Border Collie cross. I don't know what it's crossed with, and the rest are Border Collies. So, all breeds are welcome. And if you happen to be here or around the area, if you talk to any handlers or you go to a trial, I don't care whether it's sheep or cattle or ducks or whatever it might be, you can't meet a better group of people. Well, here comes old Sam White now, and his little dog Rose. Now, Sam, I don't know how old Sam is, but I know he's not 12. He's younger. And this kid, he's Steve and Sherry White's boy, and they've got a big ranch in Bancroft, Idaho. Steve is one of the directors here. He hauls all the cattle over. All these cattle have come off of his ranch, and these boys are just fantastic. They have four kids, 3 boys and a wonderful little girl, Sage. I think she'll be showing in the youth class and the junior class. If you guys could hear Sam, he's always talking to his dog. He is such fun to watch. You can kind of hear him. He's got a high-pitched voice, and look at the way he works those cattle. This is a ranch-raised little boy, and I tell you what, you can really tell it. Boy, he moved Rose around there just right to push him into that obstacle. Now they're going to go over to the far corner. Let's see what he does. He's got a great run going right now. Notice how Rose is doing a good job of directing the front cow, pushing the back cow up. There's always going to be one that lags back. Direct the front ones, push the back ones. So Sam's moving over to the sort. Let's see how he does. He's got a great run going. I can't see the timer yet. I will in a minute. He's at 2 minutes, just barely 2 minutes as he's coming into the pen. So let's see what he does. If he can keep the cattle moving, he's going to have himself a good run. He might be the youngest handler in this course, in this class. I'm not sure. Okay, he's got him pinned. Let's see what he does. This is where it all comes together. Now you want your dog to be there, but you don't want him too close and pushing too hard, and you need him to stay. Now, see, his dog left, and it went out the back. So now he's got to regather them, put them all in again. So that's taking up time, and the cattle are split apart, so he's got to gather them all up again, put them back together, and go in. Okay. Like they've said, things are going good until they're not. And boy, he had a good run. He's still got a good run going. All he's got to do is gather these things back up. And Sam, he's a rock. He just doesn't lose his composure, doesn't get nervous. Of course, at 10 years old or whatever he is, why would he get nervous? He's still got plenty of time. He's at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He's going to go out and kind of help. He's got that one cow that's kind of pushing on his dog a little bit, and he doesn't want to take the chance of Rose jumping in there and biting on her and getting her all excited and running off. Low stress is best. So he got him turned around, got him walking towards the obstacle. Rose is doing a good job of controlling him. And you can see, you've got to work at this. When you see a group of cattle that look like they just walk through the obstacle, don't think that he was just lucky and got a group of cattle that just walk through the obstacle. It's because of what he's doing. It might look like they just walked through the obstacle, but if the dog and the handler were not in the right positions, the cattle would not walk through the obstacle. Sam done a good job. Sam, you need to get over that other hole. Okay, Rose is getting in there a little tight right now. There's one. There you go. Watch your dog. Watch your dog. Watch your dog. Okay. These dogs, especially the border collies, are genetically made up to bring you cattle. That's their genetic makeup. They want to bring you cattle, and they want to control those cattle, keep them to you. So when they see one getting away, like the one that came out that hole, their instinct is to bring it back. Just stand there and watch it go away does not make sense to them. They're thinking, no, it's getting away. I need to bring that back. So that's where the handler and the dog need to work together as a team. And just little mistakes like that, And they're not really mistakes. They're just things that we sometimes can't control, or we're just not quick enough to control. Sam has done a great job. He's timed out there. Didn't go at a full score. Didn't get a sword, so he lost 45 points. I think it's 225 points. Good job. Good job. He'll come back in the next run, and I'm sure he'll do even better than that. But that's good watching. Again, thanks to our sponsors, Nutrena, and everyone else that's helped to put this thing together. Nutrena is bringing you the live feed. XP Ranch Photography. Lori Herbal and Ken Herbal. Lori takes pictures here And you ought to see some of these pictures. She takes about 5,000 pictures over the week and then goes and edits them. I've got several of them hanging on the wall of our dogs that she's taken pictures of them. They're just pretty darn cool. Kent is judging right now over at the sheep arena, so they're very active. Country Vet Naturals is another one of our great sponsors. Great dog food. So if you get a chance, look them up, see what you think. I think they've got some pretty high-powered dog food. They've done really good stuff with it, you know. They've been a supporter of the finals here for many years. This is the 8th year that the MSSA, Mountain States Stock Dog Association Finals, has been in existence. And it's grown. Just grown. Over the week that we're here, there's going to be about 1,000 runs put together. So a lot of time out in the arena. So now we've got Shannon Weber from Bozeman, Montana, and her dog Sam. Shannon's got them headed towards the fetch. You know, she's trying to figure out what's the best way to move these cattle in there. She's got them. She's got to get Sam around before they go all the way across. Now she's got to turn those around and bring them back before she can come through the fetch. The red one has not made it through the fetch. He came around it, so you've got to get him right through the middle. So now she can turn him. Now that red one's crossed that, what we call the daylight line. So now they're grouped up again, and they've got to come through the middle. She's got a group that's not really wanting to stay together. The dog has to figure it out. You know, Shannon has to figure out. She's got that red one kind of in line. Come back and get that other one and push them back. Cattle will follow. Okay, so now they're together. You know, if you'll notice, when the dog gets in a little bit too tight, and all these groups of cattle are not all exactly the same. They have to stay off. You can see that one's a little bit not wanting to pay attention. So she's kind of missed that obstacle. She's going to have to bring them around that orange panel and bring them into the obstacle number 2. You know, some of these dogs, some of the handlers don't live on big ranches. You know, they're just, they could live in town. And, or they might have a little small place. And maybe they do have some cattle or sheep or, you know, that they work their dogs on at their place. Or maybe they go to a friend's. Not everybody is a big rancher that has a bunch of cattle to play with, you know. But they're all doing the same thing. You know, they got friends that they work with, you know, neighbors, they all work together. So not everybody has a chance to get these dogs outside, in an outside situation. A lot of them just work in an arena situation, which is fine, you know. Okay, so Shannon can't let that other one there. Great job, Shannon. See how that red one will follow? Maybe not. She's got to get them through there. Good job. Okay, so now she's completed that obstacle. And she's going to head to obstacle number 3. So this group of cattle, they just don't seem to want to stay together. And it could be the cattle, they all came from the same place. So they've already kind of grouped up. Sometimes when the dog gets in a little bit tight or starts moving a little bit fast for them, it excites them. And some of them take it better than others, you know. Some of them are okay. These kind of want to travel. This set wants to travel. And if the handler or the dog is in the wrong position, they're going to travel into the wrong place. So that's kind of our challenge, is to keep them going in the direction that we want. So direct the front ones, push the back ones. So she's got one that's hanging out there. Choose to push him up. Looks like Sam might be not quite understanding what we're trying to do here. And there he goes. And maybe that cow doesn't understand what we're trying to do either. Okay, it looks like she's having a tough time with this set. You know, it wasn't maybe the best set for her and Sam, but she did her best, and that's what's important. And I think if, you know, when I talk to all the competitors here, you know, everybody comes to show their dog, do the best they can, and continually improve. So that was Shannon and Sam. Now we're coming up with Stacy Bisnet and Kirby, Johnny Callahan and Cleo, who are both from California, Nick Corville and Stone, and Shane Elwood and Roxy. They'll be coming up here pretty quick. So right after we get the cattle out of the arena, and you know, sometimes the cattle exhaust. I can see over in the other arena now, and that one that was giving Sam a problem over here is giving our cattle handlers a little problem too. He just doesn't really want to cooperate. She's marching to her own little drummer. Okay, here is Stacy Bisnet from Wilton, California, with her dog PDA Kirby. Now, a lot of times, you know, if you look at the names of the dogs, you'll see there might be another name or initials in front. So, like in this one, it's PDA Kirby. They call the dog Kirby. The PDA a lot of times represents the breeder. You know, now this guy's initials might be PDA. It might be the name of the ranch or something. But a lot of times you'll see that. So, and I don't know what PDA means. So here comes Stacy and Kirby out into a nice, wet, muddy arena. And she's gonna look like it's gonna set Kirby up to go on the away side. She calls for her cattle. They open the gate, and here they come. Let's see what she draws. There goes Kirby. I've seen Stacy and Kirby quite a bit. They live by us in California. They're good friends. She's a really good handler. She's got several dogs. Both her and her husband and her brother-in-law show cattle and sheep. And they raise some cattle of their own. So they've been in it a long time. They're living the Western lifestyle. Nice fetch at about 38 seconds. That's pretty good. Kirby's staying off. If you look at the dogs, different styles. When she changes directions on these dogs, watch how square they are. He doesn't bust into the cattle. He's staying out. And he's going to come all the way around here, and he turns that black or that white-faced cow. You don't even see the dog. It's just pressure. Out. Got to come back. He hasn't got that red cow yet. She'll bring them all the way around until they turn. You know, some cattle are a little bit more curious of the dog than other ones. The other ones may respect the dog a little bit more. Looks like that one black one is more respectful. You can see that she turns away from the dog with a little bit of pressure, where the other ones, it takes a little more pressure. So she had one come through and the other one kind of skirted on the outside. The red one never even got into the box. So she's going to have to come around and do it all again. The dog is really working pretty good for her. That red one just does not want to come around. The other two cattle, they want to go somewhere. This red cow just really doesn't want to go. You know, she just, you can see she's curious at a dog. And she's not moving off the dog's pressure. Where the other ones, if you see, when the dog moves around, the cattle move off his pressure. It makes it very simple. That's the way it should work. But I do have to tell you, I've done a lot of competitive sports in my life, and this is definitely the hardest thing I've ever had to do. You're working with cattle that you have no control over, that have their own minds. You're working with your dog that you have nothing other than verbal control. You know, if you're riding a horse, you've got control of the horse. You know, I mean, if he tries to run away from you, at least you've got the reins to pull on him or something. You know, I mean, you can control that horse. Here, only thing you've got is all your training. You know, so if your dog does exactly what you ask him to do, things work real good. If he's a little bit short, a little bit long, doesn't stop quite in time, it's tough. And we don't see that all the time as handlers, especially when we just start out and we've got a lot to learn. And I got to tell you what, it's a long journey, but it's a fun journey. There's so many great people in this sport that will help you. You know, I mean, sometimes it's just a few words that somebody will say to you. I remember one trial that I was at, and I had a dog that really didn't listen to me very well. She was like to blow him up, and she did. And of course, we didn't do very good that day. And I came out of the arena, and I was just mad as all get out, and I'd kind of jerking on the leash and things, you know. And I was mad. And a friend of mine came over, and he says, "Hey," he says, "knock it off." He said, "That wasn't the dog's fault." I said, "Yeah, she did this and that." And he says, "No." He says, "Who's controlling it? Who's flying the airplane? You." He said, "You just go home and fix it. You go home and get better." I said, "Wow, okay." That was kind of the beginning of my learning processes. Stacy's got herself a set of cattle in here that really didn't want to cooperate. Kirby's a lot better dog than what that showed. He did everything he could, I think. That red cow just really didn't want to cooperate. So she'll go home, she'll work on that, and she'll come back here in a couple of days with her next run, and I guarantee you she'll do better. So one of our sponsors, S4 Stock Dogs, we appreciate all that you've done for us here to put these finals on. All these sponsors are great. Wednesday night, we're going to have a dinner for all the handlers and our sponsors here at the fairgrounds. They'll have a silent and a live auction there. And all that money that we raise goes to the scholarship fund. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think some of it might go in some different directions. But we raised a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I think last year there was close to $30,000 plus that was raised through those auctions from all the handlers and sponsors that are here that contribute. So I'm pretty sure that the town of Afton appreciates being here. They've been a good supporter. It's a beautiful place to be. If you guys are ever in the area or want to go someplace where we're like 60 some odd miles an hour plus to Jackson, we're close to the Tetons, we're close to the park. Come and see a great place. Now here's Johnny Callahan and his dog Cleo. He is from Wilton, California as well. Johnny's a good friend. Stacy, who you just saw, was also from Wilton. Cattle want to move, so he's got to control them. So he's got this one on the outside. He's got to make sure she gets through, and she's going to do it. So good job. This is a good fetch coming if they just take a couple more steps. 15, 18 seconds. Got them grouped up. They can keep moving. Remember, we're trying not to stop the cattle. We just want to direct the front ones, push the back ones. So they've got to come into this opening right here where the number 2 is. Johnny's showing Cleo also in the sheep here, and I believe that he won the sheep go yesterday, that he competed as a novice sheep. So he and Cleo are getting to be quite a team. So let's see how they do on the cattle. So here a while ago, no, put that on. A while ago you saw Sam White and his dog Rose. Well, guess who just come in behind me to help me out is his big brother Stockton White. Oh yeah. So what do you think about Sam's run here a little bit ago?
I didn't get to see it. I was running over in the sheep,
Oh,
but I heard
yeah.
it was really good until the end.
It was good until it wasn't, huh?
Yeah, it was good until it wasn't.
Yeah, you did a good job with Rose. So
Yeah.
okay, this is Johnny and Cleo. Why don't you give me a break for about 5 minutes?
Yep.
Go for it.
Yep. So I think he's on number 3, which are really tough obstacle, honestly. I did it yesterday, and it was a really tough obstacle to do. You have to bring them up the fence right where the 2 white-faced cows are. Then you gotta send them on a really tough come by, which is to the left against fence or away, which he just did right now. You can walk up and push him like that, and he's got that one. And goes over to the right side of your screen up there to number 4. He has to go around that obstacle from the left to the right. And they'll sometimes get hung up on that fence because they sometimes know where the cattle are, so you gotta just put a little pressure on them. They should go. Then he's got that one. Then he has to go up to his sort, up to the right of your screen. He's got to get that one off the fence. Oh. So he needs to get his dog up there to hold. And then now he needs to push. There he is. And then they need to come in right where they are and go in. And then one has to go through first, the left side by the 6. And then the other 2 go out the right side of the obstacle. This is also a really tough one, guys. So he's got to apply a little bit of pressure and then lie him down. Sometimes you got to put a little more, but don't want him to bite or sometimes it'll blow him up. So he's got to let a 1 out. Sometimes it really tough because those dogs want to gather. Oh.
Right, that was Trevor and Rainey.
Good run by Johnny Callahan and Cleo from Wilton, California.
Next up, Lincoln Rogers and H.R. Jan, followed by Ray Temple and RCC Jin, Mike Thompson and Curry.
Okay, now this is Nick Corville and Stone from Charlotte, Montana. He's gonna send them to the come by side, which is to the left. And then he's gonna have to bring him to his right through that obstacle number 1, the fetch is what we call it. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Well, so 30 seconds unofficial time. This is the Neutrina True Arena, I think, yeah. And then, here you go. No, Elliot's back. There we go. Oh, overflanking a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yep. A little cold, ain't it?
It's colder today than it
Oh,
has
yeah.
been, huh?
It's really cold.
I looked at the weather, and as soon as we're done with the rain here that they're going to give us today,
Yeah.
I think we're done with it.
Yeah,
Maybe by the time we're done, we'll dry it out.
maybe.
Jeez.
Be nice.
Yeah. So how old are you now?
I am going to be 14 this fall.
14.
Yeah.
Okay, how old's Sam?
He is 10.
Is he the youngest handler here?
I think
in the novice class.
Yeah,
Did
in the
not mention-
novice
yeah.
and the, yeah.
So we've got people from 10
Yeah, to
up into
85.
is Irby 85?
I think he, or more.
No,
Is he?
He's
I
80.
don't-
He's 80, and we've got. I know we got a bunch of them in the 70s.
Yeah,
but
we've got-
I'm way there.
There you go. That's
So
some
anybody
oldies.
in the middle, anybody can come do this.
Yeah,
and
anyone.
Have fun. I talked to a lady a little bit ago that has an Aussie, and she wants to work cattle a little bit more. I don't know if she's showing here or not, but she works sheep and ducks and some of the ASCA trials,
Oh, that's cool.
and wanted to get a little bit more into the cattle.
Oh, yeah. So he's just getting his fetch right now. And then he'll go on to number 2, which is the half moon little.
So he must
Deal.
have had a little hard time getting
Yeah,
them all
he's-
together at the very
Yeah.
beginning, huh?
It's
Yeah.
been a little tough. That one just wanting to face up on him a little bit.
That's what we were talking about a little earlier. Is that you know, some are a little bit more curious on the dog,
Yeah.
and then others want to just walk away from the pressure. And
Others just want to leave the country.
yeah, dog looks like he's working good, way
Yeah.
off. You know, not putting a
Yeah.
lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, it looks like his dog's working really good.
Got to direct the front one, push the back one.
Job, Lincoln Rogers, Major Jan, 4 points for the time of 2:55. Greg Temple for RCC Gin is up next. Mike Thompson and Curley, followed by Jody Teachin and Apple.
Yeah, that one just don't want to do anything.
Just doesn't want to cooperate. You're always going to get one like that. And these cattle have all been together for quite a while.
Yeah, these
huh?
cattle have been together. They've in the same pastures and everything. They just different cattle. Luck of the draw. He just needs to walk up a little bit and have his dog way wide.
Kind of lost contact with the cattle.
Yeah,
there
a little bit.
You know, so there's kind of a fine line, don't you think, Stockton, between being in too tight and being too far off?
Yeah, there's like a very small window of perfect.
You know, and all the stock's not the same. So a lot of these dogs are going to go over and they're going to work sheep as well.
Yeah, that's
you
what.
know?
Yeah, I ran cattle yesterday in this arena, and then I just ran sheep over in the Plaid Perks arena. Yeah.
So and the sheep handle, of course, a lot differently
Yeah.
than the cattle, and the dog has
Yeah,
to
they
be
take
different.
a lighter, but also not so light dog in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Have a little bit of push, but stay out in a bit. Are you running sheep, Elliot?
No, I didn't enter sheep this year here. I worked sheep at your house the other day at the trial.
Oh yeah.
You know, had both dogs work real good.
Oh, that's good.
We don't get an opportunity to work the sheep at home very much, you know, so,
Yeah, that happens.
but I'm going to start. I really liked it. Because the sheep work so much faster, and you have to be so much more responsive in your command.
Yeah, you have to
your
be a
dog.
lot quicker and
Yeah, it
Have
kind
they-
of lightened me up.
yeah, it's
A little bit,
really
so-
fun actually.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
just like a challenge in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, I've already called some friends at home, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to come over and work your sheep." And they
There
said,
you
"Yeah,
go.
come on." So,
Oh,
come on, Red.
oh, he's timed out. Dang it.
Yeah.
We are back.
Got Shane Elwood and Roxy
Yeah.
from Wyoming. So let's see what they can do.
Let's see. Home state, home advantage.
Yeah.
So he's going to call for his cattle. And they will go out to the left. So sometimes it's better like to send them on a way like that one, to where it kind of angles them like just like that. And then you can get behind them and push.
Yeah. So for those of you that are not familiar with what we're talking about, some of the terms and whatnot, she sent the dog on an away, like Stockton said, and that is when you give the dog the, it's counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise. And come by or go by, it would be clockwise. Some people actually use right and left.
Yeah, that confuses me a
That
lot.
confuses me
yeah,
too, because I grew
I
up.
already struggle with
yeah.
right and left without working a dog.
Yeah, it's the same. It doesn't make any difference, you know. And it's doesn't matter whether the dog is facing you or facing away from you. It's still always the same, clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah.
So. I'm not sure if this is correct, but it was described to me one time of the reasoning for the away and
Yeah.
come by, because everything works like a clock. So by the clock, or away, when you send a dog away, that's away from the clock. That's opposite. That's
Yeah.
counterclockwise.
Yeah, I've always wondered.
Come by the clock would
Is
be,
with the clock.
yeah, with the clock, clockwise.
Oh,
Made
he's,
sense when they told me. I'm not sure that's right or wrong or not, but it's
Yeah,
better
sounds
than
right.
Better than anything else I've heard.
yeah. He's got a
shit.
good run going.
Yeah, she does. So she's putting pressure on from that right side. The dog went over and just put a little pressure.
Yeah, that worked really well.
Yeah. The handler's got to stop the dog when the pressure is correct, or it turns the cattle in the wrong direction, right?
Yeah.
So they're really moving pretty good. This set of cattle wants to travel,
Yeah,
and if you can control
yeah,
them,
if you can control these, this is like a winning set.
this is a good
They
set.
control really good. These ones do. She's got really good with it.
Yeah, and you can see Roxy's kind of, you know, she's up there, she's pushing, but she's not really busting
Yeah.
into the bubble. You know, now she's got to control that lead cow,
Yeah.
get them turned back. But in doing so, she kind of stopped the flow and turned the cattle around. Now she's got to start them again, so that took a couple
Yeah.
seconds. Looks like they're coming pretty good.
Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, one missed.
Oh, she'll be all right.
She's still good. Turn them right around into the pen. That guy just
Oh.
don't want to go in, does she? So we've got to get all the cattle into the pen before we can start our sort.
Yeah.
So
They are loaded
they're
there.
loaded now.
Now he's got to throw the one right there.
Perfect.
But a lot of those dogs want to go gather the ones
Yep.
that just
Yep.
left. There you go. That's a really good time by Shane Elwood and Roxy from
Yep.
Banner, Wyoming.
3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really good.
Now you were starting to say about the dogs wanting to,
To go like
when
Some-
one runs away, what
yeah,
happens?
they want to gather stock and not let one leave. They want to gather and have them controlled.
And
So
that's
it-
the genetics of those border collies, huh?
Yeah, the border collies really have the drive for it, I guess.
They want to bring them to you and control them, keep them
Yeah.
to us.
That's what they want to control movement as much. That's why some of them chase cars and
Yeah.
that, so they just want to control movement.
Michael Bartlett and SI or assistant.
So one of our sponsors, High Rollers Angus,
Yeah, there
James
you
Butler.
go. He's running this week. He's got really nice dogs. He's won as much as anyone here.
He's got, how many dogs do you think he has here? He's probably got
I
at least
counted.
5.
He's got 6 here.
6 dogs.
Yeah.
6.
And then Verona has 4.
And his wife, Verona.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a family affair. And he raises these white-tailed
these
bucks. Aren't those
white-tail are
fantastic? Look at that son of a
Yeah,
gun.
these are the coolest.
You've been down to the ranch, haven't
Yeah,
you?
I've seen all these deer. It's crazy.
Oh, man.
yeah.
And again, the breeding, the genetics.
It's just insane.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Okay. Hometown McKay Hatterley and Ace from Afton.
Oh, right here from Afton. I didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't realize until I started looking at that program how many people we had right here from
Yeah,
Afton.
there is surprisingly a lot.
Mhm. You know, California has the most people.
I know.
Most handlers from California.
I think, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. I don't even know anymore. All I do is get cattle ready. That's all I do.
You just keep doing what you're told. You're doing a good job.
Mhm.
Okay, McKay's got them going pretty
Yeah, she's
good,
got 'em.
right through the
Yeah.
fetch. You know, these cattle are a little curious, but they're moving.
Yeah, they're moving really good.
You know, so our competition here, there's going to be two full goes,
Yeah.
2 long goes,
Mm-hmm.
and then a short go. They'll take how many back into short go? Top
The top percent, I think. Yeah, the top 10.
10 or 20 into
yeah,
the
20 into the short
go. For the cattle, that will be Saturday.
Is it?
The
Yeah.
sheep will be Friday.
Yeah.
So it'll be the combined scores of the first 2 goes, scores and time. And they'll take put top dogs into that,
Yeah.
and then bring them back.
Oh.
So we got one that kind of wants to skirt around the outside, and
Yeah.
McKay and Ace have to bring them back in. The other 2 are being pretty cooperative.
Yeah,
They're not
usually
running off.
they'll do something or leave or walk off. They held pretty good.
And that was nice. The other 2 just stayed in there because cattle will follow.
They will gather.
They'll
Yeah.
gather and follow. So
Oh,
got one
bite
that's a
him.
little
There you
curious
go.
there.
So what dogs are you showing, Elliot?
I've got Allie, my younger dog. Of course, she's 3 now. The pup that we raised, and then
Oh, that's
Willow,
nice.
which is her aunt. Kathy's showing Allie's mom, and
Ash?
then Ash, and then I showed another one of Ash's pups yesterday.
How did
Abby, which is one of the first times that I've shown her.
how'd you do?
You know. Yeah, we got a full score.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we were a little long.
Oh, that's
Uh,
fine.
She's still young, coming around.
Yeah.
So, and you got
I got Bug. That's all
oh
I've brought.
bugs. I love
Oh,
bugs.
Bug,
I
yeah.
love bugs.
She's a good one.
Yep, she is. So how many dogs does Sam showing?
He's showing 2.
Rose and
Rose and Jack.
and Jack. I like Jack. Well, I
Yeah,
like
Jack's-
both the dogs.
Yeah, they're really nice. You're just almost about to point on this obstacle. You just got to get a little bit of movement. Send them on to where they come to a little bit of the left side of the screen, the dog, away from that angle. It should pick up that front one.
So sometimes just having that dog move back and forth will create the movement in cattle,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And other times they need to
A
maybe
bite
be a little
or-
more
yeah.
aggressive, get a little heel bite to get them moving.
Handler sign, I think.
You know, McKay may have been up there a little bit close and
Yeah,
putting a
she-
little bit of pressure on them, not wanting them to come that way.
Mhm.
Possibly, I didn't see where she was. So this obstacle, all they actually have to do is cross a line.
Yeah.
Right about where that brockle face one is coming out.
Yeah, just right there.
Right there.
I think it's from the tip of the V to that gate in the corner, maybe. I don't remember. Just got to create just a little bit of movement, and they'll go right along.
A lot of times, you know, cattle, as you know, they're not going to go to the pressure. So McKay may have been standing up here just even though it doesn't look like they're putting pressure on, the point that person is just there.
Yeah.
They say, we ain't going over there. So
Now she's got to get over to his sort as
Right.
fast as she can.
Yep. And you can't run too much in this mud, can you?
No, it's really muddy, honestly. It's tough to even walk through that.
Yeah. So she's got them. These cattle are a little bit sticky. We
Yeah.
noticed one of those other sets here a run or two ago. They wanted to move.
They were.
These don't really want to move. But it looks
She
like
just
she's got them pinned.
30 seconds. And she should get it. She'll get it. Let her bite it.
Got a volunteer that wants to go.
It's always nice when you have that one, unless it's a wild one. But it's not as fun.
And it's so frustrating to have one standing right there and nothing in its way.
And then you have two of them go.
Yeah, just won't take that step. And
Oh,
that was
was
she going
close.
to make it?
Oh, she made it.
Oh boy,
Ooh,
just
that
by
was
the
close.
skin of her teeth. 5 minutes and 58 seconds. But a full score, so she's good. It's always nice to get a full score.
Oh yeah, full scores are good.
All right, that was Mike Thomas.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Got Dave Hammond. He's also from California.
Ah,
And Dave, not only being an accomplished dog handler now, he just gotten into those last couple of years. He was a cutting horse trainer.
oh,
He's a partner in Skyline Silversmith, who
is he?
does all the buckles for the finals. You know,
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
yeah, all those buckles. He
There's a
doesn't-
lot of buckles too.
Yeah, a lot of buckles for there. Dave doesn't do the design, but my good friend Ryan Fowler,
Yeah.
who has owned Skyline Silversmith for quite a number of years.
Yeah.
Does a lot of the design work in there. Both he and his wife Sophia, good people. Oh, he's got good fetch going.
Yeah, he's got a really good fetch going. He's got to just get them.
Got to keep them together.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
Just watching these cattle, you know, they're not getting pressured a lot, but they're wanting to move. And
Yeah, they're wanting to move. They just got to get.
They need some direction. So we're coming back to obstacle number 2, which is the one at the front of your screen here.
Aw.
You know, same theory. Direct the front one, push the back one.
Yeah, it's always good when you have a leader, like a good leader.
Good leader that you can direct easily. The other ones will follow.
Yeah. You just gotta get them over to where he is, just right there. Yeah, he needs to be on that side. Might work a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is always a job working, you know, the handler is kind of the quarterback of the team.
Yeah.
And he's got to direct that team, give it signals, and tell them how they're going to get to the goalpost.
He's still got plenty of time to finish this course, though, so
Mhm.
he should be all right.
So we've got one that really wants to kind of run off, and we've got the other two. So we've got the one.
Yeah. Now I
Gonna
just
come
gotta
back
get these.
And those two skirted the obstacle, so he's
Mm-hmm.
going to have to gather them up again and
Yeah, redo.
work them. He just, at this point, a lot of times you're into it. You're halfway through your course. You
Yeah.
haven't gone too far, and your cattle are kind of moving around a little bit on you, and you haven't figured it out. It gets frustrating.
It does
You know,
get really frustrating.
when the good guys, situations like this, they're really experts at hitting a reset switch and not getting upset, not getting mad, keeping their calm, keeping composure, and just solving the problem, getting it all back together, giving the cattle enough time to think, letting them settle down. Sometimes you just have to
Right there. You should get him. If he sends him on a come by right
come
there.
by there and get
coulda
that
had it
one,
right
and
there.
he skirted around there again.
Ah.
Yeah. That ground from here, looking through the monitor, almost looks like snow out there, doesn't
Oh,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
Had a quick snowstorm.
So we moved the finals up a month this year. So would you have rather have the hot weather that we had last year in July, or a little bit of rain?
Oh. I think if it clears up tomorrow, I might change my mind. But I liked July a lot.
Well, you guys just came through a sub-zero winter, so
Yeah, with negative 50, so I'm
yeah.
wanting the warm weather.
Now, according to the weather forecast, which they lie to us every once in a while, we're done with the rain. We should have the rest of the finals.
There we go. That's,
Might not get a lot of sunshine, but
as long as it's warmer.
yeah. Okay, he's got him kind of set up there.
There you go.
Nice work.
He's got it now.
Nice work.
He's got 45 seconds to get it. It'll be tough.
See how he can go. Let's see what Scamp can do.
He's gonna have to pick him up off that fence, which is really hard sometimes. There you go. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, might go through it themselves. Nope. Psych.
I don't know if Dave just didn't quite see what was happening or didn't react, but it looked like the cattle gave him plenty of room on the fence to send Scamp on to go by. Would have turned him real easily. So sometimes we just get a little lackadaisical, and now he's fighting him at the front, so.
Well,
There goes his time. So Dave will regroup, and he'll come back on Thursday,
Willie.
and they have a second run.
There you go.
Yep. So those are the ones coming up. We got Dusty Org.
And Reba.
So I think didn't Dusty get Dog of the Year for
Yeah, he
August
did.
left?
Yeah, he did really good.
Yeah. And Brett Mattaroli, who's coming up 17th there, he was reserve Dog of the Year with Flynn.
Was he?
Yeah.
I really didn't know that, honestly.
Yeah. So you've got two guys that floated to the top this year in the novice class. Dusty getting Dog of the Year, which is the dog that gets the most points
Over
for the year, over the season. And Brett Mattaroli and Flynn, who was
reserve.
reserve. Yeah,
right
so
up
he was right
by
behind them. Yeah. So let's see how they do when we come back.
Yeah. Looks like.
I got to tell you, the cattle crew is, just beyond words. They're so
Yeah,
good.
it's crazy.
Okay, so here comes Dusty and Reba. I think everybody that's got a red female dog is named Reba. I know.
I
know
no,
Kathy.
this one's black. Otherwise, yeah, there's every other one's red.
Kathy just got a new dog, little red dog, year-old,
Yeah.
Reba. So we've got a Reba now too.
There you go, red Reba.
So let's see how Dusty does. Hey, you're looking at the guy and the dog that got the most points
Over the year.
over the year in this class.
Kind of like the most elite in the whole class,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. You know, he went to a lot of trials.
He did go to a lot of trials. He worked at it
And
really
he
hard,
really
too.
worked at it. It's quite an accomplishment to do that. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of work.
There you go. He's got a really good
Nice.
run going.
Yep. And a lot of times what makes, the handler and the dog maybe a little bit better than the others is they've learned to allow the cattle to
Yeah.
go somewhere. Not push it, see where they want to go.
Yeah, see where they want.
So
Now send him.
he's going to flank.
on the way.
That was a little
10 'em up.
air. Whether that was
He's got it.
corrected.
There you go.
Corrected.
Now he's gonna send
Bring
him
him
on
over to this
the way,
side.
Yeah, up to your top left of your screen.
Okay, so all he has got to do is cross that line, which he just did,
And then he's gonna.
turn him around.
Yep.
So that's not really a bad mistake, but look at how much time those cattle spent in the corner. He spent
Yeah.
several seconds. So when it's a timed event, time is money.
Honestly. You just gotta bring them right up there, apply a little bit
Gotta
of
turn
pressure.
them around and bring 'em up. It's funny, your brother Sam had a run like this going. He was in that pen at a little over 2 minutes. And then it sort of kind of went south on him.
Yeah, one rows left
Let's see
to go.
what Dusty can do.
Yeah.
He looks like he's
There you
got
go.
it.
See, they
Yeah.
want to dodge over and get that one.
Notice also
That's a
too,
really good-
Dusty's a little older. You see his composure of moving to block
Yeah.
that hole was smooth and slow and didn't excite the cattle. Never turned those cattle around where they wanted
Yeah,
to
he
run
did a
out.
really
That
good
was
job.
a really good run, Dusty. So
I think
don't-
he probably might be winning it.
I don't know for sure, but
Yeah.
that's the best run I've seen so far
Yeah,
today.
that was a really
Very
good
good. That's why that's dog of the year.
Yeah, that's dog of the year right there. And we're back.
All right, we've got Haley Jacobs and Stash,
Another Californian.
another California. Actually, they just moved up to way northern. They're almost in Oregon now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Now, Stash is a puppy out of Kathy's Ash dog.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't
Remember
know
all the
that.
puppies that were here or 2 years ago
Yeah.
that we had that were just puppies. And she took Stash home with her, and she's been doing really good. She showed him in the novice sheep yesterday.
Did you do good?
She got called out. Stash got a little
Grip,
aggressive.
yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, the dog's got to be a little special to be able to work
to do
cattle
both.
and sheep. You know, in the sheep.
Very few dogs can like get it and do
to be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, in the sheep, the dog can't grip. And a grip is when they actually get a hold of the sheep.
Yeah. There's like an appropriate grip and then a
If they let go, a little nip to create movement is okay.
yeah,
But
like on the face or on the heels, but like
if they latch on, they get one warning on the sheep, and then they get the big thank you,
yep.
which means see you later.
Later, fool.
Haley's doing really good.
Yeah, she's got a really good one going.
Yeah. So Haley and Brian just had a little baby. You know?
Did they?
Yeah, they got little Leo that I'm assuming Grandma or Grandpa is hanging on to right now, or maybe Pop. I doubt about Pop because he's got 5 or 6 dogs he's showing
Yeah, he's
here.
running a lot of dogs. She's got to bring him around to the left. Oh gosh. To the left. Right. Yeah.
These cattle are staying together good.
Yeah, that's a really good set.
She's got to bring them all the way around and just enough pressure to make that right turn. Nice job. So now she's headed. This is, you know, working these cattle or any type of livestock is kind of like playing pool.
It kind of is.
You know, you got to know where your next shot is. You got to know where your
Strategize.
where your cue ball's going to land up. So just a little bit of pressure pushes them over there. She wants them to go around the top end of that obstacle because you can keep moving. So you can see that sometimes if you overflank, and sometimes it's just by a foot. If that dog
Yeah,
goes too
inches.
far, turns their head, and then they stop, and then you've got to
Recreate
restart
movement.
again.
Yeah.
You know, and you know if that takes 5 seconds, 30 seconds, you know that's that's time that you're behind the clock already. So she's doing really good. She's just a little over 3 minutes coming into the sort pen. Cattle are moving nice for her. You know, this is one of those sets that stays together and moves. It's not necessarily the winning set.
Yeah, but it's still a
but it's
solid
set.
average
Yeah,
set.
You get 3 like this and don't mess them up. Okay. So she's got to get all 3 of them in the pen before she starts to sort. So she has to be careful of both that red one running around.
Yeah, that's how it was with me yesterday. One just kept peeking his head around the corner, and then you
And
give it a
now
little
she's
bit.
got to hurry and get. She's kind of a little out of position here.
Yeah, just a little bit, but
She's going to trust her dog to use that front side, so that's good. Let's see what happens.
I'll send him on an away around him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now that red cow could not go back in that pen.
Oh,
So now that
She has
pen is
to-
what we call dirty.
dirty. Yep.
So because that red cow went back into the wrong hole, so now she has to unload them out the back, or any way she wants, and then reload them the correct way.
Yeah.
So that's the first time we've seen that. We've been able to explain it. So we call that getting the pen dirty,
Yeah.
and you just have to start all over. So you can see how much time that's taking.
Yeah.
And you know, she had such a good run going there.
Yeah, she had a really good
She had a
going.
great run. So she's going to kind of work on that same philosophy.
A lot more risky.
It's a little risky. It's a little risky. I haven't really seen anybody else working it that way. And
Yeah.
now she's going back around. She'll probably send Stash around the back end to protect that other opening and put pressure on them to come to the gates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she's got a little more than 15 seconds to get this done.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the cattle are going to cooperate for her. You know,
She
there's
might get it.
one.
Uh,
Nope.
Dang it.
Didn't get it. So on the sort, it's all or nothing. So that last one was still in the pen when her clock went off at 6 minutes. So she did not get that 45 points for her sword.
Mill Iron
But she
has
had a good run.
outfitters.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, I'm the one on the left. Oh, I can't remember this guy's name with the moose.
How old were you then?
I was 13. That was just this winter.
So you're an outfitter. You're
Oh,
an
yeah.
you're an LLC
Yeah.
at 14 years old.
Oh yeah. And then there's James Butler, which is high roller whitetails with
Uh-huh.
his humongous lion. We caught him. And then there's Sam, which is right behind me,
Yeah.
with his Tommy killed. Yeah.
And your dad guides some lion hunts. Are you going to guide those lion hunts?
Yeah, I got a lot of them. Yeah.
You taking the swamp people up there?
Yeah, I have.
That
With
was the-
swamp people, yeah.
So for those of you that don't know, have you ever watched Swamp People?
The alligator hunting show.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob has come down lion hunted.
Oh yeah, we take Jacob, Troy, and everyone
Mm-hmm.
all the time.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, your mom and dad and Kathy and I we got a chance to go down there and stay with them for a week.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I forgot
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, that was one of the coolest trips we've ever been on. They were cool people. We
Yeah, they
weren't,
are really
we
nice
weren't in alligator season. I don't know that I'd want to be. But,
No, I'm good.
It was
Snake season,
Yeah,
I'm good without.
Yeah.
Oh, snakes, nasty.
Okay, so here's Tim Jessen and Walt. Tim showed earlier with his other dog. Nice fetch at 30 seconds. So he's coming over to obstacle number 2. You can see the position that he's putting himself in just to put a
Yeah.
little pressure. He's not doing anything, just standing there, you know.
Mhm. That's a really good way to come at it too.
So cattle are sticking together and they're traveling. He likes
that's
that.
a-
So
Yeah, I like those sets. They're fun.
here comes. This is the big timing thing. You know,
Yeah,
if you
this
go too
is-
soon, they miss the obstacle. But right now, there
Yeah,
you
right
go.
there. Oh,
Oh, that
that
back
happened to
would-
me yesterday.
I wouldn't have thought that was going to happen. So just like we talked about, just a matter of inches sometimes. You know, the dog was
Overdoes
just
it.
a little forward of
Now-
that back cow and turned him.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
he's got it. There you go.
Good job. He's got a great run going.
Yeah, he's got a really good run going.
So a lot of times it's just the competitor that makes the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah.
You know. So he whipped right around that. That didn't take
Yeah, he's
any time
going
at all.
into
Look
that.
at it. He's going to come into the pen. He's going to be just about 2 minutes. And those cattle are traveling nice.
Yeah, that's a really nice set.
Oh, boy.
You can do
Look
it
at
on
that.
the run right there.
Yeah.
Come on.
So Tim knows cattle. He
He's
knows where they're going.
yeah,
he
he's
handled nice and quiet. I like that. The dog
There you go.
stuck with him. 2 minutes, 17 seconds.
That's a really good run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
90 points. Okay, we're gonna run 2 more dogs up here, and then we're gonna take a break to reload cattle. So James Butler and Glenn, and then Irby and Nan. Then we're gonna take about a 15-minute break to reload cattle. Just so you guys know. We'll go James Butler and Glenn.
And we're back again.
Okay, well, this is Brent Mataroli from California and the dog Flynn.
These are the reserve champions.
Dog of the year. Second most points in the novice class. Second to Dusty, who just ran a little bit ago and had a really good run.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
So Brent's come a long way with this dog. He's put a lot of miles on, a lot of work, a lot of time trying to get better. So if I'm not mistaken, what happens in the novice and the intermediate class, the handler, because those are handler-based classes,
yeah,
the champion and the reserve champion of those two classes,
yeah,
that's an automatic bump up for them into the next level of class. So this will be the last show that both Dusty and
Flynn,
Brent
yeah,
show in the novice, and they'll be showing in the intermediate class. You know,
yeah, they're gonna be going against me.
they'll be
We'll
going
get my
against
butt
both you
whooped.
and me. Yeah, yep. And then the same thing happened with the winners of the intermediate class. They'll be bumped up into the open. And, you know, when you do that, that's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, that
You know,
really
it really
is.
is. And the handler should take that as a real compliment of his peers, that he's gotten really progressed. You know. So Brent had to hustle a little bit
he
there
had
to put a move on those cattle. Flynn's doing a good job of controlling them. He was working off. He's not putting a lot of pressure on. It's not needed. Not trying to pick a fight. You know, every once in a while you see a dog out there that wants to pick a fight, and sometimes dogs just get frustrated, you know, because of the cattle or what's happening, just like you and I would.
So almost gotta keep them off of that fence now. Make it a lot easier to go through number 3.
Yep. Yep. There's a lot of work that goes into just setting up these
Obstacles
obstacles
and
and
getting
courses and stuff. You know, some people think, oh, you know, this thing just happened.
No,
No,
it
it doesn't just happen. Number one, there's just a lot of thought and mechanics that go into this of how to set that obstacle up. Like this obstacle, they changed a little bit yesterday from the intermediate class. It was a lot harder
Yeah, it was.
because those front two panels were pushed over
Yeah.
to the left a little bit, and the cattle didn't see that opening. So we had to work a little bit harder to get them to see that, you know,
Yeah,
make
it was.
more intricate. And your dad decided this morning to push those over.
Yeah, make it a little easier for
Which
them.
they should, you know, in novice class. And you can see the difference of how those cattle approach that obstacle.
Yeah,
because
then-
when they walk to it, they can see that opening.
Yeah. So he's coming with a pretty good time. We just
Yeah.
got to get him sorted and it'll be good.
Yeah. It's an average, so you got to stick in there. I mean, you can't
Yeah,
shoot
long
yourself
run.
in the foot, you know. Got them moving. See, Flynn's in position. All right. Nice going,
There
Brent Mataroli.
There you
Yeah.
go.
4 minutes, 27 seconds. Probably a little longer than he wanted, but he's still in the hunt.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work both stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You can get a hold of us. We'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com. Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here. It's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing. They get four-wheelers. They go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves. Making sure your pets get the nutrition they need to live long, happy lives? That's what we do best. With our special blends of quality ingredients, you can count on us for the pets counting on you. After all, being the best pet parent ever is what you do best.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work both stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You get a hold of us, we'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com. Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here, it's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing, they get four-wheelers, they go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves. Making sure your pets get the nutrition they need to live long, happy lives? That's what we do best. With our special blends of quality ingredients, you can count on us for the pets counting on you. After all, being the best pet parent ever is what you do best.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work both stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You can get a hold of us. We'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not even about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com. Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here, it's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing, they get four-wheelers, they go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves. Making sure your pets get the nutrition they need to live long, happy lives? That's what we do best. With our special blends of quality ingredients, you can count on us for the pets counting on you. After all, being the best pet parent ever is what you do best.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work most stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You can get a hold of us. We'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not even about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com. Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here, it's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing, they get four-wheelers, they go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
From playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves. Making sure your pets get the nutrition they need to live long, happy lives? That's what we do best. With our special blends of quality ingredients, you can count on us for the pets counting on you. After all, being the best pet parent ever is what you do best.
Live from Afton, Wyoming, it's the 2023 Mountain States Stock Dog Association National Finals, presented by Nutrena. What's inside counts.
And ready.
I'm good. Okay.
Okay.
This is Mark Stelling and G.S. Bentley from Hollister, California. We just had to take a little lunch break. We were hungry.
Yeah. California's winning so far,
Oh,
at
yeah.
least in numbers.
Oh, yeah. So he just got done with number 3, I think, and now he's on his way to number 4.
So this is a family sport. Mark's daughter Haley
Yeah.
showed here a while ago. His son-in-law Brian Jacobs is showing. Brian's mother Barbara Jacobs is showing. So bring the whole darn family, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what makes it so fun. A lot
That's
of
what
great people.
Yeah, that's a lot of great people here. He's just coming into number 5, just above 5 minutes. See if he can like sort. So he's loaded. Now he just got to bring him 1 through to the left of the 6 right there. Then the other 2 onto the right side, right by where Mark is standing, right in front of him.
Pretty touchy right here. You know, the dog's got to put on just the right amount of pressure, not too much pressure. He pushes everything through. Mark's got to be able to read his cattle. He's got to step in at the right time without blowing the other 2 back on top of Bentley and just turning their head just like he's done. Uh-oh. Just a matter of inches. So now those other 2 went out the back, which is not allowed. So he has to repen all those cattle, bring all 3 of them back in, and then start his sort all over to get his points. So. And here we go again with Shannon Weber and Bowie.
Oh, yeah.
This is Shannon's second dog, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it?
Yeah, she showed another dog a little earlier in the run order.
She do good? How'd she do?
Yeah, I don't think she got a full score. I think she was having a
dang.
little trouble with the cattle, if I remember correctly. But she's getting another chance at it. She sent Bowie on the away. Looks like the cattle kind of migrated over to the corner there, and he had to work a little bit to get them out, but he's got them now.
Yeah, she's got them lined out really good now. Just got to keep them moving now.
Yeah. Just keep directing that front one and pushing the back one.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good job. Now she's got them. I think we need to give a shout out to these this live feed company.
Oh yeah, they're doing a really good
They're
job
doing
at
these
it.
guys and gals that are running this thing. You know, we've got a fella in front of us that, you know, doesn't look like he's old enough to shave. He's laughing at me. But he's sitting in front of this computer and he's working this whole show. I mean, they're doing a great job. They really know what they're doing. You know, we got cameras in every arena here, all 3 arenas. Hoping that the commentary that we're doing helps the people that are listening and watching a little bit so they better understand what's going on in here. Big thank you to you guys. You're doing a great job.
Oh yeah. She just, the one missed number 2, so she got to go back and redo the whole obstacle with all 3 of them. And to the right side right there. Oh, dang it.
Stockton, did you
Yeah.
know we have over 200 dogs competing in this
Do we
this
really?
week? Yeah. And we'll have about 1,000 runs.
Ooh.
That's
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's amazing that we can get that much stuff put together and that it gets all done. And I mean, we persevered 2 days of rain.
Yeah, that's been fun.
Oh, yeah, another important fact here, that the combined mileage that the handlers have driven have been over 77,000 miles
Ooh,
just to get here.
that's insane.
I know we drove probably about, we're close to 900 miles, and I thought that was a lot until I talked to,
James Butler in there.
I talked to Stuart Mitchell
Ooh,
from
yeah, that's a good one.
Alabama, and I said, how far is it from you? And he says, about 1,850 miles. They did 2 12-hour days and a 5-hour day.
Oh,
He said, I'm tired of eating gas station food. So that just tells you where we've got. I saw in here somewhere that we had, how many states?
19 states.
19 states.
In Canada.
Canada.
Represented.
So, you know, people really get into this. They're traveling, they're having a good time.
Yeah, it's basically just an awesome vacation.
Oh, awesome place. Awesome place. You know? And it's funny, I've run into a couple people that are able to work remotely in their jobs.
Yeah.
And they're just traveling, you know, with their dogs. They maybe have a trailer, maybe don't. And they're here and they're there and they meet people and, you know. We met a gentleman from Canada a couple years ago at a trial in Utah, Jordan Mikowski.
Oh, yeah.
And he does the same thing. You know, he's got a remote job and he's come out to California 2 years now and stayed with us for about a week. And, you know, we get a chance to go to a trial with him and
that's fun.
hang out and work dogs. You know, so.
That red calf just don't want to listen real good.
Yeah. Have you noticed the red cattle
They
kind of
just-
been that way?
Ooh. Dang it.
She's still working on obstacle number 3 here, trying to get it together, huh?
Yeah. Dang
Well,
it.
then he run through it again, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
That's really a tough obstacle.
It really is.
Yeah.
It doesn't look that hard to watch, but it really is to.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
It's more one of these obstacles that it's really just timing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's so many ways that cow can get out without being in the right place that if your timing isn't right, you got to start all over again. So. All right, we're back.
We're back.
Who do we have up there?
Seth Neildon Cooper.
Cooper starting off. I think Seth had to run a dog earlier.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I think
you
he
remember
did.
how he did? I don't.
No. He might have. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's from right here in Afton too.
Mm-hmm. He's just down the street.
He didn't contribute much to that 77,000 miles, did he?
Not very much.
He may have minused, actually.
We should have made him come to California first and then come back.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I'm struggling.
Stayed up too late running around last night.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, for those of you that are kind of just looking in, you know, we're here in beautiful Afton, Wyoming at the 8th annual Mountain State Stock Dog Finals. It's been raining for the last 2 days. Hopefully it rains out of the forecast. And we're sitting here watching the first run of the novice cattle trial. There's going to be 2 full goes where everybody's going to get to run, you know, their cattle. And then they'll take the top group, I don't know exactly how many, into the final run on Saturday. So it'll be a cumulative score of points and time for the first 2, and then they'll go into the third short go. Well, for those of you that are not familiar, the handler and the dog work as a team to maneuver the cattle through this group of obstacles. And you see right here, Seth is coming through obstacle number 1, which we call the fetch. And he's bringing the cattle through For every cow that he gets through that fetch, he's not. He threw it yet, or yeah? No, he's got this one that wants to escape. Okay, so dog's got to go back and group her up again. That cow's got a mind of her own. You can see the tail and the ear in the air, not wanting to cooperate. The other two are saying, "Hey, come on back," you know. So the handler is telling the dog which way to go. If the dog goes counterclockwise, he's telling him away. A lot of handlers use voice. A lot of them could use a whistle to communicate their commands. Away is counterclockwise. Come by or go by is clockwise. Then they use a stop or a stand or a stay or a there to get them to hold still like that one did.
Yeah.
And then a walk up, maybe a get off. If the dog gets too close, they ask them to get off the stalk and give them more room. So it's a team effort. The handler's kind of the quarterback. He's got to design the play, and the dog hopefully follows what he's asked to do.
Yep.
You know, we have one McNabb that's showing here, a number of Kelpies.
Yeah.
We've got a Border Collie cross. I don't know what he's crossed with, but that's what it says. And then the rest of them are all Border Collies.
One McNabb, 4 Kelpies, 3 Australian Shepherds, and
look
1
at that
BC
dog.
Cross.
Yeah,
The rest are Border Collies.
they're all good dogs. They all have a little different genetic makeup, and the way they work. The Border Collies are ones that I know a little bit more about, and they're genetically developed to bring you and control the stock, right, Stockton?
Yep.
So there's a fine line between that dog doing what the handler asks him to do and what he needs to be able to do on his own.
Yeah.
So some of what you're seeing, and we can't hear the handler all the time, but some of the maneuvers you see the dog doing, maybe like that one where he saw the stock getting away, just genetically he needed to go over there and control that stock, bring it back. Now, these maneuvers here, I'm sure that the handler is giving them the directions of which way to go. Cooper kind of got rolled off in the mud there a little bit and got himself a little dirty, but he's in good shape. He's going back, rounding them all up and get them grouped up and bring them back.
Really just a tough draw on that one.
He just not able to put it together, you know, and you know, you can't always blame the handler, you can't always blame the dog or the cattle. You know, it's just kind of a combination of everything together.
Yeah.
It's just not working. I mean, we've all been there. You know, a lot of times when we're in the arena, we're not seeing the entire picture.
Yeah.
And it's really helpful when somebody is, you know, a friend, somebody else is standing outside and they see a much better, bigger picture than we do inside. And when we come out, it's good to hear their comments.
And to learn from it.
Yeah, you know, because sometimes we think we were in the right spot. They'll tell us, no, you know, if you would have backed up just a couple feet, those cattle would have come right through there, you know. Kind of like in the team rope, and I've never missed one up here sitting in the stands. Have you?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, we're back at you with Brett Cabber and Gente. Gente? Is that how you pronounce that?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, well, we just went to a trial in Elko, or actually in what Springs? So it's not Spanish Springs.
Spanish Fort?
No. Well, right by Elko.
Yeah.
That Brett and Travis put on. Good trial. They ran about 105 dogs a day for 3 days. It was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Great trial. We really appreciate guys like this putting those trials on. I think this might be Brett's first year, or maybe.
I think it's his first.
You know, pretty new at this. Does a good job. It's never a good time when you see yourself in the middle of that group of cattle, is it? You know, when they're around you, you think, uh-oh, something went wrong.
Yeah, something not so good.
If it hadn't gone wrong, it's about to go wrong. So I was just told that my adopted grandson is at home watching this on TV. His mom has got it on the TV and they're in the house watching it. And she just texted me that he is so confused watching this and hearing my voice and not knowing where I am.
I'd probably be confused too, honestly.
So
and I'm 13, so.
So this is to my little buddy, Little Lee, we call him. He's at home. Hi, how you doing? I hope you heard that, Shelby.
Better have. So he's just working on number 3, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is. No, he's not working on number 1. So now he's got to bring them back out this side to start all over because they loaded through the wrong opening. And they're going to go out through that again, but they've got to come out past the last portion of that orange panel and then go in. So I can, from our angle, I can't tell if they're really out or not.
Yeah, you can't tell too much about here.
So those wide swigging moves to get the dog to go around, those are commands away or come by that the handler is giving him. And now he's, took the wrong flank there, but he's gonna do it. Oh, come on, you got this other one he's got to go get.
Come on,
Okay, you got
come
2.
on.
And see, there's that genetic makeup of those dogs.
Oh, he made it.
Yep. You know, that dog genetically just said, I can't let those get away. They're getting away. Even though Brett was calling him back, he says, no, they're getting away. So that just tells us how strong the genetics in these animals are. It's fantastic.
Didn't he get it? I think he got it. See there, now he's going to sort. So he's got to go in right there by the number 5, just like that. He is loaded right there, and now he can start his sort. One has to go out the left side, right, just like that, and the other 2 have to go out that side. And that is a really good time by Brett Cabber and Gente.
Yeah. Good deal.
Yeah, good deal.
Well, here. And that's from Jennifer. He's driving home from Texas.
Yeah, that's a
And Weston's one of our sponsors too with this cattle company.
Yeah.
So we thank you very
Crapo
much.
Cattle. Crapo Cattle.
Mm-hmm.
This dog is actually from Tyson Stephanie Hepworth from
really?
over here. Yeah.
Right here in Afton.
Yeah, right here in Afton.
Yeah, they've been doing the commentary on the main arena.
Yeah, they
They're
have.
taking a little break right now. They're just sitting over here eating a taco and some Mexican corn.
There you go.
I'll tell you how far this thing gets. You know, I'm trying to get some stats on how many people have been watching and what the coverage from the live feed was last year.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for your dad to get me that stuff so I can pass it on. But
Yeah.
a friend of ours, Jennifer Quentin, and I think a lot of you maybe out there listening have known Jennifer. She's coming back from Texas driving, and she just texted me, and she's watching it as she's driving. So Jennifer, don't
crash.
Don't crash. Pay attention.
Got him through number 2. Now he's going on to number 3. Actually, really good time.
Yeah, for sure.
About center right there.
There you go. That was a nice job.
That was.
You know, the dog didn't overflank. If you notice where the dog was, they just turned in the right direction. If he would have gone a few feet more, he would have turned those cattle right back at Weston.
Mm-hmm. Now he's got to bring him to number 4 on the right side of your screen. And that's just one that you go around kind of by the fence, just like that.
And as soon as they passed the kind of the little V in that panel, which they just did, they pointed. So up to now, he's got full points. And he's actually got a pretty good time.
He got a
going.
really good time.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a little over 2 minutes. And he's coming into the sort pen. If he can just keep moving forward.
Followed by Dwayne, Curliman, and Skid.
So not only do we have to have some good communication between the handler and the dog, this handler needs to be able to read these cattle.
Yeah.
And that is so important. That you know, that's where the guys and gals really get to the top. Nice run. Here we go. We're listening. Yeah.
There you go.
2 minutes and 46 seconds. So Weston, since he's in the cattle business, he knows how to read these cattle. And if you notice, as he moves back and forth, he's smooth, he's calm, he's not putting pressure on the cattle, and that's one of the reasons why they work so good for him.
Says the dog too.
Yeah.
Has to read cattle really good.
Yeah, and I don't know that we realize it until we get into this sport a while, how much our emotions
Go through the dog.
transfer into the dog. So, if, you know, for those of you that are horse people out there, you know that your emotions when you're involved with the sport or anything, or even just going down the trail, you know, if you get tense, that horse is going to get tense. And the same thing here. You know, that dog picks up on it. And, you know, that's the main reason that some years ago I was told that I'm just too emotional. I raised my voice and things, and I needed to start learning how to use a whistle.
Your whistles are perfect for that.
It really takes a lot of the emotions out of our voice, and you know, the dog doesn't react to those emotions. So that's also been another journey, is learning that whistle. It's like learning to talk a foreign language.
It really is.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
They're fun once you get them down, though.
Need a little glue on my Okay, coming up next, we're going to have Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Jane. And again, the initials and numbers in front, I don't really know what that, some of these I know.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
But, you know, it's just a designation. It's actually the dog's registered name.
Yeah. Just like our dogs are MISR.
You got, all your dogs are MISR, you know, and that stands for Mill Iron
S Ranch,
right?
Yep.
So, okay, here goes Stacy and Jane. I think Stacy's got 3 dogs in there, if I'm not
Does she?
mistaken. I know she showed Jane Kirby and a red and white dog named Beverly. So
I have a grandma named Beverly.
yeah. What do you say? Have a girlfriend?
Grandma.
Oh,
That might be a little messed up, but
hope your mom wasn't listening when you
Yeah,
said
hopefully.
girlfriend, huh? You're too busy to have girlfriends right now.
oh yeah.
So Stacy and her husband, Reb, whose real name is Richard, they run some cows down home in California in the town of Wilton. And told me before they come over, they had quite a job just getting cows situated.
Yeah, that's how-
And they've got some sheep and, just getting things moved around and prepared to be gone for, 10 days.
Yeah.
It's a big deal when you've got livestock and animals at home,
Yeah, that's how it is at our house. We have a kid staying full time
Oh,
at our
man,
house right
yeah.
now.
Jane was a little bit short on there, a little
Mm-hmm.
bit slow, but she's going to wind them up again. So we've got to redo this. So she had to daylight all those animals, get them past the point line and back out. Now she just turns them around and they can come through, and now she's good. She's still pretty good, She's,
She still got 4 minutes. Something.
just keeping them together, direct to front, push to back.
Ooh.
Yep. We can't hear what command she's given, so we don't know if,
Yeah, we don't.
she gave the dog a wrong command or the dog just took a wrong command or what happened. But he got on the wrong side and kind of pushed him in the wrong direction. But
Yeah, just a little bit.
now she'll come back and gather them up again and start all over.
Assume we already have whoever's next. 36. But I promised Dave I'd go get myself some lunch.
All right, that was Sam Hurd and Sis for points and time of 3:05. Next up, Dwayne Hurleman and HSB Skid, followed by Stuart Mitchell and Bo, Brian Jacobs and Abby.
Stacy's just working on number 3, which is actually a really tough obstacle. It's just a weird way to come in and out of it. They don't see that hole until they're right up there.
And there's 3 places they can escape.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one correct one. And, now that she's brought them in from the top, she's got to bring them all the way through, which now they're through. That's called daylighting. So now she turns them around. Dog's got to come off to the left and push them a little bit there. See, didn't even really see the dog in the picture, but just his presence and the pressure that he was putting on is what made those cattle go out through that way. And that's what we're trying to showcase with the dogs in these trials, is putting them in the right place at the right time and directing them, in a low stress environment where we're not overstressing them. Stacy's headed towards the sort pen, and she's moving up to the front to get in position. She's got them loaded now.
She's got to sort. Yep. Oh.
No.
Ah.
She missed it. One got a little pushy and pushed right through her. Fortunately, nobody gets hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Finally warming up out here a little bit. A little bit of sunshine. Or a lot brighter.
Maybe on your side of the fence, not on mine. I'm still a little cold.
I'm used to this, though. This is warm compared to what
Yes. Yeah.
I'm used to.
You guys had a hellacious winter.
Oh, yeah. So just got to reload them into number 5. Oh. Kind of a sticky spot right there to be in.
Yeah. You know, to get around them and make that turn.
There. Oh, yep. There she goes.
Now we got them again, so they're loaded, and we're going to try it all over again. Hopefully the results will be better. There it is. It's pretty easy this time.
There she goes. Ooh, barely makes it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good job, Stacy Biznat and LB3 Jane.
Okay, we're back with Zach Brady and Daybell's Ranger.
Yep.
So we were talking about the initials in front of a dog's name. So this one doesn't have initials; it just says Daybell's. Well, that's
Richard
Daybell's. Is breeds a lot of these dogs. Good handler, and here's a dog from his offspring.
They're just by my house.
Yeah.
Not too far out.
Yeah. Right there from Blackfoot, huh? Mm-hmm. How far is that from you?
Hour.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not that bad.
Yeah. Is Blackfoot up above Pocatello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
North of Pocatello, like 10 minutes.
See, you notice the colorations on these dogs,
Yeah.
you know. Now this dog is almost all white.
Yeah.
Almost all white. And
Ooh.
they've really changed a lot through the breeding. The traditional black and white border collie that came from Scotland and Wales. Just through the breeding process. Now we have a tricolored, we've got red and white ones. We've got a lot of them
Blue.
that are now showing, blues and kind
Everything.
of a brindle I've seen. Just colors. So. That was a nice move, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
a
really
nice move.
smooth.
That dog went around, didn't really get in contact with the cattle to create a problem. Just put enough pressure on them in the right place to turn them to the right, and that's what we're looking to do. Oh, he's got a good run going.
He's got a really good
These
run
cattle
going.
want to move. You know, they're at a little bit of a trot, which is good.
You don't win with slow cattle.
You can't win with slow cattle. You just have to get by them. You know. So Zach's making a nice sort. If he's quiet there, dog.
And
you
there
don't
you
need
go.
the dog in there that time. There you go, Zach. That was a really nice run.
Yours? Is that you? Mine?
Didn't see.
Is that yours? I'm putting this on.
Oh.
Struggling.
You having trouble there? I'm on.
I zipped it up earlier and it was fine.
Okay, we've got a good run going here. Getting them come through the fetch really nicely. Don't like to see it when the cattle start splitting up like that and you got 3 cattle going in 3 different ways and stuff. So the dog's doing a really good job of trying to control them. Again, the genetic makeup of these dogs, that's what they want to do. They want to control those cattle and bring them to you. So actually in our training process with the young dogs, the last thing that we normally train them is to drive those cattle away from us, like the dog's doing now. That's not natural, and sometimes it takes a while for those dogs to get the hang of it, to not want to go around it ahead and bring them back. So that was a good job. Mike did a really good job of controlling those cattle, keeping them going in the right direction. We're headed to obstacle number 3. It's around the top right corner of the arena, and they're moving. These cattle are traveling good. And they looks like they've come through the point line there, and they're headed all the way into the pen.
Sort. I'm back. I was struggling putting on my coat.
Got a really good run going.
Ooh.
So one of them skirted the outside, and she wasn't in the right position, and 2 of them walked out. So now she's just going to reload them, get them back together, and try it all over again. But she's still got a good run going.
She still has plenty of time to get it done.
Now she's got 2 of them in the pen and one that doesn't want to go in the pen.
Now she's got to daylight them. I think they're cleared there. They were. There they are. Now she's got to sort. So the one comes out, the one right by her first. I guess they aren't clear yet.
That one not Oh, she's got to unload them. So what happened is that pen got dirty, right, Stockton? So when we say dirty, something came in the wrong opening and dirtied up that whole pen. And by the rules, she has to unload the whole pen and then reload them. So that's what she's doing right now.
She just gotta reload and sort, and then she'll be good. There she goes. Right there, right on the fly.
There you go.
Oh.
Dub.
There you go. Perfect.
You bet. Nice job. That sword is so touchy. If you make the wrong move, you push the cattle back on top of your dog, and they blow out the back.
Yep.
I'm talking from experience because that happened to me
Aren't
yesterday.
we all? Yeah.
Yep.
Here we are. Let's see if we
With
can.
Becky and greater than you, Bailey Blue. So Becky and her husband David are from California. And here a couple months ago, I was judging class and announcing, and finally I had to ask her how to pronounce her last name. It's Italian. And he told me, and I still can't say it. Yeah, don't even try.
Yeah,
There's too many letters in there. Becky is a horse vet in California and has been doing really good with this little dog. This is a little dog she bought from us.
Is it?
Yeah. You remember my old Bailey dog? I think she bit your sister one day. The red and white long-haired
I think
dog.
so, yeah.
You know, she had a bad habit of biting people. But she's a sweet dog, and Becky and David get along with her great. They tell us that she's got a permanent place on the couch. It used to be David's place, but now it's Bailey's.
Bailey's.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I've gone to Old Lake and shot pigs over there and stuff too. With some friends. Now she's done with number 1. She just needs to go to number 2, which is the bottom right of your screen.
Yeah.
Brian Jacobson Emery, 4 points.
Probably shouldn't have done that, huh?
That scared me so bad. I got deafened and jumped.
Okay, that's a little inside problem we've got here. I was watching a friend of mine, Brian Jacobs, show a dog of mine, little new one that I've got, Abby, and he just got through with a really nice run in that arena that's right in front of us. That's the main arena. And I guess I got a little excited.
Yeah, it scared me so bad.
Screamed in the microphone, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Scared Stockton. Sorry, Stockton.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
It's funny.
We're back to Becky and Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing a nice job there, you know. This dog has really come on. I did well with this dog. I just needed to move forward a little bit with my dog power. And David and Becky were looking for another dog, and this one kind of fit their program, and they've had him for several years now. And you know, it's just such a great home. And when you know, we're not in the dog business like your family is.
Yeah.
So they're like most of us, you know, they're part of the family and stuff. And to move one to a different location, to not have it around anymore, is sometimes a hard decision. And it's really cool, really important to us as dog owners to get them someplace that's the right place for them.
Yeah, that's how.
Know? And every time I see this dog, because these folks are in California with us, so we trial together against each other a lot. So, you know, every time I see her, you know, I get to say hi to Bailey, and she always runs up and says hi. And
yeah, that's always cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, Becky really looks like she's staying off. You know, I don't know why those cattle aren't moving out. You know, she's not causing the problem. You know, all these dogs have a different presence to them, you know, and the cattle feel it. You know, they don't, some dogs they feel more pressure from, and others they just don't feel the pressure. You know, so Bailey's trying what she has to offer, and she's moving back and forth, and she's trying to get them to move. And cattle just aren't responding to her. There they go. It looks like we're starting to move a little bit.
So am I. She's almost got it. Just almost needs to come up there and invite that one cow and get movement going.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a little hesitant on the hind end. And I think that's what the cattle are feeling. You know, I don't know if Becky's calling her back to try to, you know, create some movement in those cattle to get them to move forward. You know, we're seeing a few steps there. If one starts moving out, the others will. So it's just a matter of trying to work the dog the best you can to get the results that you're looking for. So that's what Becky's doing. She's a pretty good little girl, a pretty good little handler, and trying to do her job to the best of her ability. She's doing a good job.
Timed out. Dang it.
Okay.
That obstacle is really hanging him up.
Yep. we've got Kylie Emery and Dolly. They're from Oregon.
Hold on. I think yours. There it is. Good. We're good. It was just being moved. They're from Elgin.
So
There
they're
you
coming
go.
through the fetch. Looks like she's got them lined out really nice. Dog's doing a good job of
Yeah, it's
covering
good.
the cattle. We've got one and a half that still have to come through.
We should name that red one. He's cool.
You got a bunch of them that are named on the ranch, huh?
Oh, we got a few of them this year. Just a funny ones.
I like your new show calf.
Which one?
The one that you were scratching them when
Oh, yeah.
getting
This
that
one of my show calves,
Coriani
yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
those
his
are
name?
fun. Oh, that one's Saber. That's one
Saber.
of my heifers, yeah.
Yeah.
I was born this winter.
So you raise show cattle,
Yep.
and little brother Sam,
Yeah.
he's in the Coriani business now, isn't
Oh,
he?
yeah, he's the Coriani guy.
Yeah. So we got a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old that got himself a herd of cattle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good. We had to go out and run down and rope one of his the other day to
Oh,
get
yeah,
it
one
back
of
with
Sam's,
the baby.
not mine. Show cattle.
That was a fun adventure.
That was fun.
That was a fun adventure. Well, we got Mama back with the baby, and she's a good mama. She just doesn't like people, right?
No. A little bit.
Okay, so Kylie's got him in obstacle number 2.
There you go.
And we're headed to obstacle number 3 now.
Yeah, if we can just keep him off that fence, it'll be really easy to get that obstacle.
So by doing this, and we can't see the dog, but the dog's got to almost hug that fence, doesn't he?
And then they'll sometimes pop out
Yep.
a little bit.
There he goes. She brings him back
Yeah.
because where he was gonna stop that red cow. So Kylie was sharp enough to bring him back, give him the away command to get him back and free up that cow and let him go forward.
She also has a handler's line she has to stay behind it until she gets through number 4. And I think it's just behind the fetch. She can't walk past the fetch until she gets that number 4 obstacle, and then I think she can go past it.
I'm not sure of that. That's the way it was in the intermediate class, I think.
That's what I saw.
Did you go to the handlers meeting this morning?
Heck no.
I didn't either. So, but I think your dad was talking last night when we were discussing it to after the fetch, let the handlers go with the cattle. So, if they needed to block that other end, but
Yeah.
he may have kept them behind the
Yeah, I think
handlers
he
line.
might have, because I've seen a couple of them have to run back.
Yeah,
Pretty
Oh,
good time to be in there.
there.
You just gotta get
Just don't. Yeah,
there.
she's still going. Nice run.
There, nice
That was a
run.
nice run. Well, I think what your dad did is he moved that obstacle a little bit so it was easier for the cattle to see that
Yeah.
obstacle number 3. So I didn't see the cattle running through like they did yesterday.
We moved
Yeah.
it a pretty
Yeah.
good bit this morning. And we're back with Dave Hammond and Tink.
Tink.
Tink. Tink.
Dave's got a couple dogs here. He ran earlier with Scamp,
Oh, yeah, he did.
and now we're going to see him with Tink.
Ray Temple with Wildman, followed by Mike Thompson and Pete, Henry Van Orm and Drover.
Okay, Kylie.
Oh, coming through we call this white steer Carlos. Carlos is this white calf's name.
Yeah.
That's what we call him. I
So-
got him yesterday. Cause
It's
when
amazing you
running-
can identify them from a little mark, and you got names for them. They're cattle. They're animals, but they're under our care, and we take care of them. And you guys out there, just listening to Stockton, they come off his family ranch there. They've got care of them during the summer months on their pasture. And you can just see the feeling and the caring that they put into everything. That one with the white on it, Stockton says it's kind of a unique marking, and they got a name for it, and they can spot them. Got a couple of them that you can go up and pet.
Some of them.
Yeah, maybe.
Me and Holt were being goofballs and seeing if they were nice or not. We
Yeah.
found a few of them.
And David's got a nice set here. They're all standing
they're-
real close together. All he's got to do is direct that front one and keep pushing the back one. The dog kind of lost contact with him there for a minute,
yeah,
and
for
the
a
cattle
minute.
stopped. So, if you're not familiar with what's happening, that was a prime example of the dog losing contact and the cattle not feeling the pressure, and they just stopped. So, in most cases, the fact that the cattle are moving or not moving is because of the dog or the direction that they're going. See, that dog got it on the left side. They started moving to the right. He got kind of on the right. They're moving back to the left. So just watch what the dog does. You can see where the cattle are going to go. And this is the trick that the handler has to always be aware of. And the better we can read our cattle, the better handlers we're going to be. And if we watch the head of the cattle, where does the rest of the body go?
Follows
the head,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
follows the head.
So that dog gets over and turns the head to the right, those cattle are going to go to the right. There's no other way it's going to happen. So Dave's got a really good run
Yeah, he
coming up
does.
here, and he's got them kind of spread out, which isn't that great, but Tink puts them back together, and we got one and two that's going around, or all of them that kind of skirted that side.
Yeah, I drew the white steer yesterday, and that's how it kept going. He likes to go around them and all that stuff.
So you got a pretty good eye, Stockton. Out of 400 head, you can find one that you know,
It's too hard to spot him. There, come on. Still got plenty of time to get this obstacle done, though. So. Shung.
So go on. Look for the dealer.
I think Dave's been doing a good job of working Tink. Dave's really come. Okay, so we had one go out the front already before we got him pinned, right? Yeah. So what happened there is the dog was playing with one in the back, trying to get him in, and Dave was watching that one, and he didn't see that one that had walked in the pen walk out. So now he's got to reload them all and start all over. Would have been a little better if he would have been able to block that cow in there. Would have still been a draw for the other one that he was trying to get in. And in a little bit better situation. Now he's taken up a little bit more time. He's still got a minute and 15 seconds to get this done.
Oh, come on. Nope. He's set up for it now. Now he just needs to. There he goes.
You know, if you watch these cattle, you can see that once they train themselves, once they miss an obstacle
They
to
can
go
keep-
around it,
They keep
unless
doing
they're
it.
forced into it, they'll always go around. It looks like they're going in, but all of a sudden they miss it.
Psych.
It's like,
There, he's got him loaded now. Oh, he timed out.
turn me off. Hello, Jeff.
Perfect. So, I think that's. Dang it.
Round 10.
And we are back with Carter Harris and Leah, I think, from Shed, Oregon. Oh, going a little bit wide.
All right, that was Ray Temple and Wildman trying to go with 45 points. Next up.
Now we're split up a little bit, and now he's going to gather them back together. There we go. Now he's got to bring them to the right side through the fetch. And so he's got to bring them all the way back around to the far right of your screen, right where Carter's standing. There he goes. He's got them lined up really good now. Now he's going to send them... Oh. Send them on a way, which is counterclockwise. So yeah. Yep. And then come by, which is the one he just sent him, is clockwise. Then like you'll see him stop and lie down or stop and stand. That is stop, lie down, or stand. There. There's many ways. And then there's walk up. Like you walk straight and face the cattle. Just like that. And then yeah, there's people that do left and right, which I think I am not coordinated enough for that. And anyway, but yeah, He's got him through number 1 almost. Yup. He's gonna go down to number 2, which is down below. Yep. It's like a half moon thing right there. Enter the orange panel side and exit the left side of the obstacle you cannot see right now. There he is. He's set up really good now for it. Now he's gonna send him on. He should send him on a come by right there, and it will bring them right. Yep, just like that. Walk them up, and then he will go up to number 3, which is up at the top left of your screen in just a second. He's gonna send him on the way for this one. Oh. There's a come by right there. Ooh. Dang it. We have to bring him all the way back around to this side of the obstacle, where you could restart it, because they go up and then out that right side. You can also go to the Neutrina Plaid Perks, which is where the sheep are, or the Neutrina Loyal Life Arena, which is the big main arena. And then on Wednesday and Thursday, I think, is the Ultimate Field, the big field trail, which is really fun to watch. It's up. You can kind of see the corner of it. Oh, whoops. So he's got to bring him back to 3. Wanting to overflank just a little bit, but otherwise going pretty good. He's have to really hurry to get it done in time, but he can probably get it. There. He can send him on a come by right there. Oh, still good. He's got number 3.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to bring them to the top right of your screen. He's gonna run out of time, but good job, Carter Harris and Leah.
Points. Time of 3:44. Next up, Henry Van Orden, Grover, followed by Katie Bears and Beck.
And I am back. This is Dusty Org and Dixie. I don't remember if it's... So this is our national finals. Like, they count all the year points and all the trials they've been to that are sanctioned with MSSA. And Dusty has had the highest, like, point accumulation over the year. I don't remember if it was with Dixie. And he ran his other dog. I don't remember her name, honestly. But I think it was this one that was the dog of the year, which is the most points gained in the year. So this is like the most elite of the elite, really, of the class. So it's really fun. I think he's leading the class right now. So he's through number 1 right there. You got to go to number 2. Right there, he's set up pretty good for it. Just gotta right there. Send him on come by right there. And he is done with number 2. Going to number 3, which is going to be the top left right there. He's going to go in right there and go out the right side of that little wing. It's really tough to get your dogs to go like along the fence with the cattle because they're like scared they're going to get kicked and there's like no room for them. So you have to wait until they have a little bit of room and then they'll go, really. He's going to have to bring them out and daylight them, which is he's going to come towards the screen between the end of the panel where you can see the 3 and the fence is their daylight line, and then they can reload them. And now he sends them on a come by, and he's through that obstacle. Oh, there he goes. He's gonna go to the top right of your screen, around like a V between the fence right there and number 4. He's got a really good time going right now. So he's gonna bring him down, load him in number 5. There. Now he can throw 1 out the side where it says 6 right there, just like that. And then the 2 out that, and boom. That's a really nice time by Dusty Org and Dixie from Mountain View, Wyoming. His brother, New Org, is actually showing here this weekend. He's a really good handler and everything. He's a cool guy. Well, see, Dusty's winning it with Reba, then Tim Jessen and Walt, Weston Crapo and Helen, and Shane Elwood and Roxy, our top 4. Yep, we're good.
Okay, we got Barbara Jacobs and G.S. Levi. All right, so again, the initials in front of the dog's name, this is one that I happen to know. GS stands for Golden State.
Oh.
Brian Jacobs breeding. So this is Barbara.
I'll just sit right above you. Okay.
And she's got the cattle through the fetch, and now she's moving to obstacle number 2. And I've got a new partner.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you. This is our Nutrena representative. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes, yeah. My name is Kylie Elmore. I am the Nutrena representative in the Idaho territory, so I'm just down here to help out.
But we're not in Idaho. We're in Wyoming.
Yes, we're in Wyoming. So I traveled a couple hours up here and to the most beautiful place ever.
Isn't this fantastic?
It is.
Oh my God.
Nothing like it.
And where are you from?
I'm from Twin Falls, Idaho.
Oh, okay. So you're not that far.
Not very far.
Okay. So are you a dog person?
I do. I have an Australian Shepherd. She's a year and a half now. She's not a high drive dog at all, so not a working dog, but she is a good dog for
Those
sure.
Australian Shepherds, they're happy dogs, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Yeah, I used to have some. They're just happy dogs.
She is. Loves everybody, everything. Yep.
So have you been watching some of this and understanding it?
Yes, yeah. So this is my first time to a stock dog trial,
Oh,
actually.
that's cool.
So yeah, all the information is new to me, but I got to watch a lot each pen yesterday. So
Good,
it's
good.
pretty awesome to see.
So tell us a little bit about Nutrena. What's your job about?
Absolutely. So I am a sales rep in the Idaho territory, like I said, and typically I work with your ag retailers, like your D&B supplies and your cow ranches and things like that, just to make sure that they have our feed stocked and have every support that they need as well to be able to sell our feed. But then we like to, be a part of the community and put on show clinics and be at, trials like this and things like that. So definitely really involved with the community in my role. So
That's excellent. So what's your background?
my background is actually in dairy science, so a little bit different
Where'd
than
you
what
go
I'm
to
doing right
school?
now. I went to the University of Idaho.
Oh, good for you.
Yep, studied dairy science there, and then my grandpa runs a dairy, in Nampa, just a little bit of a small scale one. So yeah, selling horse feed and chicken feed is a little bit different for me, but a good learning curve, absolutely.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about Nutrena.
Absolutely. So, dogs got to eat, right? So we
Yeah,
have
for
our
sure.
we have our Loyal Lifeline, which is our ultra premium feed, and then we have our Nutrena True, which just launched a couple months ago, actually. For those who've heard of Loyal, our Loyal Basics line was discontinued a couple months ago and is being replaced with Nutrena True, which is a new and improved formula from the Loyal. It's really focused on that immune support and supporting healthy digestion and things like that, which is an improvement from our Loyal there. It's really targeted towards our working dogs like the ones we have out here today, but as well as sporting dogs, swimming dogs, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be higher in protein, so close to your 30% protein, 20% fats, just to make sure we compensate for those calories that are being burned out here.
Yeah, they burn a lot.
Absolutely.
So each one of our arenas has a Nutrena name to it. So like the Loyal, like the True. And
Yep, absolutely. It
Plaid.
looks like we're in the True arena right now, right? Yep.
Yeah. So these numbers that are on the feed, what do those represent? The protein you said?
Oh, yep, the proteins and things like that. Definitely want a higher protein and make sure you have those amino acids to get recovery from these animals when they're burning, calories. They're going to have sore muscles and things like that. That really aids in that recovery there. That fat percentage is really going to be what that animal utilizes for fast burning energy when they're out here working. So definitely want a high percentage of fat there as well.
So I don't know that a lot of people understand, protein and fats and what we need to burn. So we're talking about the working dogs, whether they be bird dogs, cow dogs, whatever, they need a lot more protein for their energy.
Yes.
But then let's reverse that and let's go to the little family pet, that little Fufu and Fifi that are just sitting around all day and not doing anything. So
yes,
their nutritional needs are really the opposite.
Absolutely.
And we have to watch their diets as well.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that we don't feed the wrong feed
yes,
to the dog
right,
or our other animals. So
yep, definitely want to make sure you're not feeding a high energy feed to maybe a couch dog that maybe goes outside a couple times a day. Definitely want, keep your body condition in check there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So how do
Yep.
they find out about that? Can they come to your website to learn more information about that?
Absolutely, yes. You can go to neutrinaworld.com. You can get all the answers you need for Neutrina True or for our Loyal Life flavors as well. On that website, you can find the ingredients list there. You can check those out, and then as well as there's feeding rates on that website. So if you have a dog that's light work or in maintenance, you can select that, and then their weight range as well, and it'll kind of tell you how much of that feed to feed every day to keep them in proper body condition.
Does Neutrina have a source that people can go to for questions and answers, or is it pretty much just look it up on the website, read it, and determine it yourself?
A lot of it is just kind of self-initiating or self-research on the website, but there is a link when you go to that website, like a contact us link, and you can send any questions that you may have in there. Typically those questions will get passed along to us reps to be able to contact you about and get you the answers to those questions that you
that's
have.
good.
Yes,
That's really
absolutely.
good.
Yeah, so feel free to ask away, ask questions. We're always here for everybody.
Because that's really important, and I don't think everybody really thinks of that as far as what they're feeding. I remember when I was in college, I was an ag major, an ag business major, but I also had a lot of, animal science as well. So the feeds and feeding classes that we took back then,
Yes.
it gave us enough information to be really dangerous,
Right.
But I don't think a lot of people even have that background where they really understand. They just think, my neighbor's feeding this dog food, so it's really good. I'll feed it to mine. And if it's not, if that dog's not using that energy or the...
Correct. Yep, and every dog is different. And then again, across species, everything is so different. So it is hard to be able to understand, the biological processes of all these different animals and make sure that you're, feeding them right. But you're exactly right. Make sure you do your own research, even if it's a trusty neighbor, right? You should just make sure that food's correct
And even
for you
weather
as
has
well.
a factor, doesn't it?
It does,
yes. So during the winter when it's really cold...
Yep. You're going to burn a lot of energy trying to keep
You need a lot
warm.
more fats and things in there to keep that dog going.
Yes, absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
And I think that's good for the people out there. A lot of people that are watching are, maybe you're dog and cattle people and they kind of have a background, but maybe some of the stuff hasn't come to their attention level. So,
absolutely.
We're really happy to have Neutrina as a sponsor. They're taking care of all the live feed, whether you realize that or not.
Yep.
You guys are sponsoring that. And so for all of you out there, thank you to Neutrina for doing that.
Yes, absolutely. We love to be here.
Take a look at what you're feeding those animals and feed them right. Too fat is just as bad as too skinny, right?
That is true.
Now, when you feed a dog, this is one of my questions, I feed my dogs twice a day.
Okay.
I've got a lot of friends that feed their dogs once a day.
Okay.
Is there a right or is there a wrong, or is it just a...
Yeah, some people, it's just a personal preference, if I'm being completely honest. A lot of people free feed, throughout the day and just trust their dog to eat the amount that they need. Some dogs are not so good at that, right? Some dogs will eat until they puke type thing. So you just kind of got to feel it out, I think, with your dogs. But me personally, I feed twice a day just to kind of split that up. But I don't think there's any right or wrong when it comes to how they metabolize and utilize that energy. Exactly.
So like with our dogs, I know when we travel with our dogs, they don't eat as well as when they're at home.
Mine as well. Yep.
They might eat half. I started only because of what friends and associates were doing and telling me. We feed the dogs. we give them a short period of time to eat, and then we go pick the dishes up. Okay?
Right.
Now, I don't know if that's really right. I don't know if that's really wrong. That's just the way I've been kind of shown to do it. It makes sense when the dog is hungry, they'll eat,
Right.
just like us. If they're not hungry, they won't eat.
Yep.
And, you know, they'll wind up knocking it over or playing with it.
Right.
You know, and then they get in the habit of if you take it away from them, then they get in the habit of, well, you know,
I better eat it when it's
boss
there.
brought that out. I better get
Yep.
with it, you know.
Yep.
So again, is there a right or wrong, or is it just personal preference, different theories of thought?
Right, and I think what you say and what you practice, I think that's a good way to train your dogs to know that when you put that food down, it's time to eat. But always know it's okay if they don't want to eat their breakfast or if they don't want to eat their dinner that day. It's just them self-regulating, right? They might have an upset stomach, and we may not know that they have an upset stomach that day. So they might just skip a meal, and that's okay. And hopefully the next time you put it down at dinner time, they'll consume it. Things like that. But I would personally practice taking that food away after maybe 30 or 40 minutes if they don't want to consume it, just so that they know that they're not going to be free fed all the time and things like that. Just to keep them in a routine, I think really helps.
Yeah.
So.
And a lot of that, I think, has to come in play with the program that you're on. What you do at home, you know, are you around to take that food dish away?
Absolutely.
Do you throw the dog food to him in the morning and then run off to work and you don't come home till 6 o'clock that night?
Yep.
You know, so I think a lot of that is different.
For
but
everybody.
I think the biggest thing is keep an eye on those dogs. You know, see what's happening. You know, are they getting too fat, getting too skinny, getting lethargic, all of a sudden bouncing off the walls?
Absolutely. It's a telltale sign for sure.
Kind of just like children.
Yes.
What do you think, huh?
Yep, unfortunately our dogs can't talk to us, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of got to pay attention to those cues.
we got to be a little bit smarter. You know? Yeah, we had a foxtail problem the other day. Not anything about nutrition, but let one of the dogs out, and she came back in, and she was kind of cocking her head, and my wife said she's got a foxtail in her. And we tried, of course, you try to look at it, and there's nothing to find. And
right.
A couple hours later, you know, I got about a $400 vet bill to get a foxtail out of her ear,
but you definitely got to do it, right?
You know, but, you know, pay attention. It could have been worse, you know.
Yes, yeah.
So,
if it was in there for days, weeks, yep.
Yeah. Well, with the nutrition, is there any telltale signs that we can look for that things are going really good or starting to go bad? Or
Absolutely. I think one thing, what I always tell people to look at is whether their hair coat is shiny and whether it's full and whether it looks good. That's a telltale sign of whether the food in the nutrition is doing what it's supposed to be doing. A lot of the times we'll see dogs with, you know, if they have patchy skin, if they have itchy skin, or if it looks like their hair is falling out in chunks and kind of things like that. Sometimes that could be them having an allergy to the type of food that you're feeding. Maybe they have a grain allergy, or maybe, you know, they're allergic to chicken or something, you know, like that. That can always have something to do with the diet as well. So I say always definitely look at their skin and look at their coat health as well.
And how would we check that? If we see something that doesn't look right to us, how would we check it?
Absolutely. I would say, you know, keep an eye on it. If it's just like, if it's patchy hair and things like that, I would keep an eye on it. But that's also something you might want to see a vet about, right? Because patchy hair and itchy skin can lead to infections and abscesses and things like that. So always something major to keep your eye on there.
And those could be allergic reactions as well.
Yep, and they could be from, environmental factors from the outside. Yeah, so it's not always due to your food. Exactly.
Yeah, just like us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, good information.
Well, good questions.
I'm a question guy.
There you go. Well, thank you for that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I got to say hi to my adopted grandson again, if you're still watching. Hi, little E. So how long are you going to be here all week?
I'll be here till Wednesday, and then we have other reps coming in to take over.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Yeah, but
cool.
Neutrino will be here all week.
Neutrino,
Yes,
of course, going to be here all week.
Absolutely.
So have you been to stock dog competitions before?
I have not. The only time I've ever seen like a few runs was at the Idaho Horse Expo, and that was in April. So that was my first time ever seeing a run. Yep.
So what do you think?
It's amazing. It really is amazing. And I never knew that they train these dogs with like whistles and things like that. I think that's the most amazing part, is how you can train them to do that and move the cattle at the same time.
Yeah.
It's
you know what?
amazing.
I use a whistle on my dogs, and because when I got into it, after I got into it several years, I'm a yeller. Kind of over the top sometimes. I get emotional.
Fair enough.
And the trainer that I was working with said, you really need to learn how to use a whistle. And I said, why? He says, the dogs feed off your emotions.
Right, it won't sound so angry coming out of a whistle.
You're so over the top that these dogs are going, they're going, yeah! So with the whistle, it takes my emotions out. But I always thought it'd be really cool, because the dogs don't know away or come by or stop or lay down.
Right.
Those are just what we train them with. So to lie down as a puppy, you take them and you kind of pull them down a little bit and keep saying down, down, down.
Right.
What if you just said purple, purple, purple?
I know. Exactly. That's the amazing part.
I always thought it'd just be cool to come up with some different words that meant absolutely nothing.
Right.
And come out here and work your dogs, and everybody go, what the heck's he doing?
Right. You'd be the only one that could run your dog for sure.
Yeah. I don't know that I've ever had the patience to really do that, but I thought that'd be cool. We've got one of the guys out here, Buck Mendenhall, and they would speak a different language to their dogs.
Really?
And I don't know if it was Basque or Spanish. So Buck or Zeke, if you're out there watching and listening, come tell me, would you? Because I always kind of wondered. I know Buck is here and Zeke lives here in Afton.
Okay.
And I would see them, and they would talk to the dog, and I knew it was some sort of Spanish dialect, because I could hear them when they would call the dog back to them. They'd say aquí, which is here for Spanish. But these other words I didn't know, so I don't know if it's a Basque or some Spanish dialect or something. But it's funny. But I asked them one time, and they said I think they said, now if I'm wrong and you guys are listening, come tell me, that they trained a lot of dogs for people who were Spanish.
Okay.
So they were using, and the only word I could really pick up, because I'm not bilingual, was aquí.
That's so funny.
And a couple of the words sounded a little bit dark.
That's too awesome.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that train, Dobermans and Shepherds in German.
In German, yeah.
Yep. And I mean, not necessarily are they training them for German people, but, they grew up German, and that's, I guess, the ancestry of the dog, right? But I always find that so fascinating when people choose to do that, right?
Well, I know a lot of them do use German, because a lot of those dogs do come, the German Shepherd, the Malinois and stuff. And we've got friends that were on the Canine Corps and on the Sheriff's Department and home and stuff, and they all use German.
Okay.
And or offshoots of German. But again, this is years ago, and going from memory, which may not be that good anymore. One of the reasons they did it is so the public couldn't command that dog.
Oh, okay.
So when they said attack in German, and needed to call that dog off, they would have to call him off in German. So you couldn't come over and say, come here, come here, come here, come here. And the dog didn't know what you meant.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, but I can understand.
Yeah.
The reason behind that. Absolutely.
So this guy here is Ernie Mills and his dog named Wish. Now, where would you come up with a name with a Wish? He's from Salinas, California. That's not too far from where we live. And he just got into this a little bit. He's a contractor up there.
Really?
And he's really put a lot of time and effort into that. And I always kid him about the dog's name because I'll say, so why would you call a dog Wish? I mean, it's like, I wish you would do better. I wish you would listen to me or something, but he's always laughing too much when I tell him that. He's never given me a good answer for it. But he's put in so much time and effort on this, going, you know, working with a trainer and working at home by himself, taking the information. He's a pretty smart guy from what I can gather. And, you know, he is really starting to do better. I think this is maybe his second year in this. And he's not a cow guy.
Okay.
Not a livestock guy.
And you said he's a contractor.
He's a contractor.
Well, that's very
and
cool.
Just got into it and liking it. And I'll tell you what we've seen is this novice class going from non-existent to the biggest class of the four of them.
Really? So you got a lot of people with interest getting into it.
And it's just a lot of it goes to, you know, Steve and his crew and the MSSA, the way they've designed this program to entice new people. We're seeing, especially in California, that's all I can talk about, you know, because I don't know what's happening in other states too much. The influx of new people into the sport, and a lot of them are coming from the dog agility side.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Bringing their happy little dogs with them. And, or even the sheepdog trials, which, you know, the sheepdog trials are way different than the cattle trials because they're all judged.
Okay.
You know, and they're big open fields. You know, they go up a mountain like this one right here, send dog up there 500 yards and bring them in. They're judged on like the straight line that the dog holds the stock in.
Wow.
You know, not like this. So you see all these people coming from different areas and people that just had a little Aussie like you did and said, hey, God, that looks fun. Let's try it, you know. And
that's awesome.
You know, they just want to go do something with their dogs. You know,
it's a great way to create a bond.
It's really cool.
That's
we meet so many great people. You know, traveling around, enjoying the sport, enjoying our dogs and stuff. So
that's awesome.
You know, we really thank people like yourself and Nutrina for supporting us in the things we like to do to have fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the coolest thing how these handlers, especially the novice handlers, how they can come out here in a big arena and have that confidence about themselves, you know, with people watching, but also just to own that arena and own those commands. I'm sure it's a little bit of a nerve-wracking experience, right?
You know, every time I go out, my heart starts pumping.
Oh, I imagine. You know,
I mean, I can feel it. I can feel it. You know, and I'm thinking like,
yep.
Okay, cool down. Cool down.
Right, you got to clear your mind to be able to make sure you know those commands when you need to say them. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you come out and you think, I'll tell my wife, I'll say, well, I thought I did pretty good today. I only gave him the wrong command once.
There you go.
And I used to, years ago, I used to have a pair of gloves, like these you know, cotton gloves. And on this hand, it said, away to me.
Okay.
And on this hand, it said, come by. So if you got out there and got confused, as long as you were wearing your gloves, you go, oh, yeah.
Right. No, that is a good cheat sheet right there.
And,
there you go.
And a friend of ours in California, he's kind of like the border collie guru.
Okay.
Lauren Holmes, I'm going to give you a plug. I know you're not watching, but Sue, maybe you are. Such a guy. I mean, he's 82 and still walk up and down the mountains and works his dogs every day.
Wow.
I mean, he's such a guy. I love him. But when you go to his house, he used to have, and I haven't seen him for a while, a couple little flat rocks. You know, maybe about the size of $50. And he had a little funny face drawn on it, and one of them said away, and one of them said go by. And if you were out in the arena working and he heard you giving a wrong command, when you'd come out, he said, here's your rock.
See how many you collect of them over the years, right?
Yeah. I collected a few rocks. Yeah. Yeah. So. Okay, I think I'm this? Nope, now we're back. Okay, this is Nicole O'Neill and her dog Archer. Oh, she's not far from you, from Boise.
Oh, there we
Right?
go.
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Nampa, so
Oh,
very
okay.
close by.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Kathy and I used to do a lot of hunting up in the Middle Fork.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lots of it. Flown back in there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. It's a pretty cool area. So Nicole's having a little bit of an issue here. She's got one with the tail in the air. So to get here to the national finals, you've got to qualify with your dog. And
Okay.
to qualify, you have to gain some points at any show.
Okay.
So the way they do it is if you go to a trial and if there's 10 dogs or 20 dogs or whatever, every dog in your class to create the points, they give 30 points to.
Okay.
So for instance, if there was 11 dogs in a class, that class would have 330 points to give away.
Okay.
So the first place dog would get 330, then you subtract 100 every time.
Okay.
Second place would get 230, then 130. The fourth place dog would get 30 points.
Okay.
So if you were fourth place dog in there, you had 30 points, you're ready to come.
Oh, really? Okay.
So you just need to create points. So somewhere during the point year, everybody here has placed high enough in their classes
Okay.
to qualify. Not everybody comes because of different reasons, but a lot of them do. And this is such a great venue, and
Yes.
such a fun place to be and watch all these dogs and have the camaraderie of all the contestants and learn different things like people like yourself. You know, I
Yeah.
learned a bunch today just talking to you, you know.
Exactly. Yep, and you do. You do. Yeah, I know this venue is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a really great place for it.
You know, and sometimes we just don't draw the right set. You know, this set's real trotty and wants to go somewhere. The dog's kind of gotten into him a couple times.
Yeah.
And it's kind of more chasing than working.
Right.
Right
It seems
now,
like they don't
you
stick
see.
together too well either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes, you know, when that happens, depending on the reason, there could be varying reasons, you have to be able to just take a deep breath and hit the reset button.
Yes.
And sometimes that's really tough.
Yeah.
You know, because you get in the mode like, get over there and get that. Get over there and get that.
Yep.
Bring that one back. Why is everything going so fast? You know?
Right.
Just slow it down. So, you know, and then sometimes your dog does things that you don't want him to do.
Right.
And
Well, and I'm sure with a clock
Yeah.
counting down your time too, that
Yeah.
adds to your stress and
yeah. And again, our emotions,
absolutely.
you know, kind of get passed off to that dog. And we get wrapped up in the moment. So, you know, sometimes at a trial, and I've even done it myself, is, you know, things aren't going right. I know I'm not going to win. I'm not going to be up in the top where they're going to know that I was there. You know, I just take a deep breath and I take the amount of time that I have in that class, whether it's 6 minutes or whatever, you know, and after a couple minutes, I'm realizing this ain't going any good. Just take the time and work with your dog. Just,
Right. Use it
you
as
know,
a training.
Be more of like it at home. Just train the dog. You don't have to be mean. You don't have to get after it. Just have to make sure that there's a respectful bond between the two of us.
Absolutely.
And that, you know, doing what the dog was doing to create that problem maybe is not acceptable. You know, you need to be listening to what I'm asking you to do.
Right.
So we'll just work on that. And we don't worry about these obstacles, and we just work on something. You know, maybe it's a down, maybe it's a get off, maybe it's something else. But we just always try to improve and become better at what we're doing, you know.
Yeah, and that's a really good perspective to have there.
Yeah.
Goodness, I don't know which obstacle this is, this orange.
This is number 3.
Number 3,
Yeah.
that's a hard
This
one
is a tough
to
one.
get in. Oh my goodness.
And it was tougher yesterday because this was almost even with this.
Oh,
so,
okay.
See, this way when they come in, at least the cows see this panel.
Right.
And they see the turn.
Right.
Yesterday, they were going straight through.
Okay.
And you really had to turn them. You know, they weren't seeing it. So for the novice class, Steve moved that over. So it was an intentional.
Okay.
You know,
so
he
they
did it
kind
in-
of change it due to experience level
Right.
and things there.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So, you know, because there's only 2 ways to get those cattle in when they're running through. You've either got to bring your dog over on the fence side and get them around there to push them to the right.
Right.
Or you got to bring them all the way around to stop them before they get out of the obstacle and then flank them around to the right, which is a lot harder than if they see it. If you watch those, as those cattle come into the obstacle, unless they're just running wild, most of them are seeing that panel and they're already starting to bend off the fence, where yesterday they couldn't see that, and the only thing they saw is straight through. So a lot of them were on the fence and didn't allow us enough room to get the dog to bring them over on that go-by side to bend them around. So we were having to send them all the way around, which, you know, if the cattle were trotting, there's not many dogs that were going to beat them because they had to go so wide because of the obstacle. You know, the obstacle would just naturally push the dog out wider. And by the time the dog got there, they were out of the obstacle.
Well, and it's hard because you don't have a practice round, right?
No.
So you just got it, and so it's so hard whether you choose to put your dog along the fence line or around the front of it. You just don't really know how it's going to work out, right? Especially if you're the first couple dogs out there and you don't get to watch anybody else.
And you know, you only got about a snap of the fingers to make that decision.
Yeah.
Oh, I better watch this one because this one happens to be the young lady that I've been married to for 51 years. Okay. So this is her dog, Ash. And if she can control this dog, she is fantastic. You know, one of the fastest dogs out here.
Oh my goodness.
That was not good there, dear. And if the dog's not working good for her and she gets after the dog, that dog will kick herself out and she'll be all the way at the other end of the arena to say, "You want me out? I'm out." See how far she's wide now.
Oh my goodness.
But
how old is this dog?
she is 7, I think.
Okay.
And we've got a couple pups of hers that are doing really good. Okay, so Kathy, that last cow didn't get in there. Now she's getting after her because she's blowing her off. And you know, this happens a lot. You know, we practice at home. Everybody does. You know, maybe go over your buddies. And, you know, you practice a little bit, and you got dog broke cattle, and you know, you kind of free flowing a little bit and stuff. And then you come here. Now you got a real course, and you don't have your cattle that are used to your arena and your obstacle. This is all new for these cattle. So now she's got them grouped back up, and she's doing a good job of watching her positioning. That was not good again, Ash.
Now, will she have to reload to get points for this obstacle?
No.
Okay.
No, they all came in the right way.
Okay.
And they went out. That one, as long as that one did not come back into the pen.
Okay.
So.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, see, wrong flank. Now she's got to get him that.
Oh.
So now she's got to bring them out past the end of the orange panels.
Okay.
The black one hasn't come out yet.
Not going to make it easy there.
Okay, so looks like now they might be out. See, with the dog over on the right side, not allowing them to come in. The dog needs to be hugging the fence.
Okay.
To put the pressure over on that left side.
To be able to turn her.
The cattle want to go. Okay. Okay, now she's successfully through obstacle number 3. And she's hopefully going to obstacle number 4, which is in the other direction, dear.
You're not kidding, though, when you say that dog is fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
So all my friends at home that are watching, thank you. And if any of you tell her what I've been saying, I'll kill you. But tell her I have not used any bad words. See, the dog is not listening to her at all. Yeah. And that's the problem. We just need to get that dog kind of screwed down a little bit. Maybe we're feeding too much of that Nutrina feed. I don't know. Do you have something that kind of dulls the senses a little
Unfortunately,
bit?
No. No.
Okay, so now we'd like to push them back up that fence line. The dogs, and this is some of the biggest problems with some of these high drive, high energy dogs. You know, I mean, she's genetically wants to do her job so much.
Yeah.
But she really has never wanted to be a team player. Okay? Her genetics are strong. And she says, I know what I need to do. Just get out of my way, Mom, and let me do it. So there's a fine line between, having the best dog in the herd and having the best dog that you can get along with.
Right.
Stuff, Kathy kept a puppy out of her last litter, and it's going to be a good dog. Brian Jacobs has been working with it, and we sold it to some friends. They're very happy. They've got another one of her pups out of that same litter, actually. So now they've got 2, and Brian thinks the world of it. And but it wasn't the right dog for Kathy. It was more like this dog, and.
June to follow. Mike Collins and Penny, get ready.
Okay, we're back with Ryan Trapp and Ruby. First round of novice cattle. Ryan's from Tremont, Utah, not too terribly far from here. Ruby's getting them through obstacle number 2. It's good. She looks like she's listening to Ryan real good. You know, Ryan, the handler is the quarterback in the team. And, you know, our dogs are kind of like the running back. They've got to take the ball and they got to run with it, but they got to kind of do what we said we were going to do in the huddle. You know, they got to listen, and, you know, if we're not all working together, we're not going to have a successful run. So this definitely is a team sport, and it's like I mentioned earlier, it is the hardest thing that I've ever tried to accomplish in the sports world. And you know, whether it be calf roping, team roping, riding bareback horses, playing golf, anything else, this is definitely the hardest thing I've done. I never was really great in any of them, but I was always competitive. So it's a tribute to these handlers that can really maintain their confidence, their emotions, and translate that information to the dog and work together and be a leader and do good. So, you know, doing this sport is just kind of like manages a bunch of employees or something. You know, you've got to be able to communicate with them in the right way. And every employee and every dog have different needs and different desires. And, you know, some need a hug, some need a kick in the butt. You know, and if you hug the one that needed a kick in the butt, you're not going to get anything. And if you kick the one in the butt that needed a hug, you're not going to get anything. You got to know how to interpret your partners here and what to do to get the job done. So for those of you that are kind of just joining us or been with us for a while, we're getting towards the tail end of our class here. I think we're probably right around number 40, and we've got a little bit over 40 dogs to run. So we'll see how much longer we're going.
That's all he needed. All he needed, perfect right pressure, turn that on, and this is going to make it different. You have it right here. Just that little bit of pressure, just leading up to the accentuate essentially. Move on.
you know what number we're going to be on? Huh? 39? 48. That's about what I figured. Okay. All right, we're back again. Here comes Samuel White with Jack. I'm pretty sure that Sam is probably the youngest competitor in the novice class. Maybe the youngest, pretty much the youngest competitor other than the junior class. So, his family has been very instrumental in putting this together. They do a tremendous amount of work, probably get a total of about 3 hours of sleep a night, maybe. Not even sure Steve gets that much sleep. Working constantly just so we can have a good time and have a good finals. So Sam was a hair late on getting the old white face back, but he'll run him right back through there again, and he's going to send Jack around to bring him back through. So just to tell you, Sam's 10 years old, out here by himself in front of a crowd. Pretty nice little boy. His older brother Stockton was up here commentating with me a while ago. And they're all good kids. And I think later on you're going to probably see their little sister, who's 8, Sage, competing in the junior class. So they're all good stockmen, and just they're having a ball. They're good kids. Jack might be getting a little bit frustrated with that one that not kind of cooperating, but there they go. He's got them all confined again. He's working again. Now he's coming to obstacle number 3. This has been the toughest one, not as bad as it was yesterday, but good job, Sam and Jack. Oh, you missed that. You didn't see that, Sam. This is one of the big things is that as a handler, we've got to see where those cattle are going before they get there, and we have to react to that. Now, that's pretty tough asking a 10-year-old boy to do that, but by golly, he is doing a good job. Okay, so Sam's headed him back into obstacle number 3, and see if he can do a little bit better job. Looked like his timing was a lot better that time. Got them all 3 through, and now they're off to the trot to the far right corner and see if Jack can get them all contained.
This is honestly one of the hardest sometimes just the reload.
Okay, he's got him through obstacle number 4. Now he is coming into the sort pen. Got him pretty well lined up. He's got to set himself up into position to not allow them to go straight through on the fence side or come through at a trot where they just blow through that obstacle and come out the hole. So between him and Jack, they've got to get him into the pen. He's got him turned now, and he's got to go back and turn that one again. Okay. So again, there we got one that's missing it. Sam can walk up there. He's got to have all 3 cattle in the pen before he starts making his sort. So he's got to reload that pen because he didn't have, he only had 2 of them in there. So he'll send Jack around there and they'll gather them back up and figure out the best way to get them back in the pen, and he'll start all over again. Now, one thing I can guarantee you about Sam is that no matter whether he's first place or last place, this evening when you see him, he's going to be running around with the rest of the kids, having a great time, riding his bike, maybe the 4-wheeler, side by side, maybe just running around, maybe roping the dummy, doing whatever. Actually, his dad tells me he's getting to be a pretty good little roper. So that's nice. You know, he never has anything but a big old smile. He's also in the egg business. If you ever need any eggs, $3 a dozen from Sam's Eggs, you know. Okay, he's about to run out of time before he gets them penned up and sorted. So if he hurries, I don't know if he's going to make it. Nope, there goes the buzzer. So he didn't get him into the pen, but he had a good run, and him and Jack are happy. I guarantee he's going to pat on old Jack, take him around, give him a drink of water, and he's going to go off and play with the kids. So, thank you to Steve and Sherry for raising such good kids. Okay, next up is Dusty Org, and here's our placing so far. First place, Dusty Org and Reba with a full score of 270, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Second place is Tim Jessen and Walt with a full score of 270 and 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Third place is Zach Brady and Daybell's Ranger, full score and 241. Then Weston Crapo and Helen, full score and 251. Fifth place. So the first 4 places are under 3 minutes. Fifth place, Shane Elwood and Roxy, full score 305. Dency Christensen and Mike, full score 333. Seventh place, my friend Johnny Callahan and Cleo with a full score 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And then eighth place, my other good friend from California, Mark Stelling and Rico, full score of 270 and 425. All I can see right now is the first 8 places, but congratulations to the first 8. Way to go. Those are great scores, great times for 8 really good novice handlers. Okay, we're up now with Brett Caber and Walt from Spring Creek, Nevada, which is right below Elko, right by Elko. They put on a big trial for us here a month ago. First trial he and Travis and all their help put on. They did a great job. Brett and Walt got these cattle contained pretty well. Noticed, a couple things to notice. Number one, these cattle are sticking all together. They're just at a walk. They're not necessarily trotting off. This isn't a set of cattle that he's going to be 2 minutes on. They're staying together. Walt's staying off of them, not creating any problems. Very low stress environment for the cattle. That's what we're all about. let's see if he can continue that and keep that thing going. You know, you can only go as fast as the cattle will allow us to go. You can't create speed without creating a problem in most cases. So, you know, Brett's a good cattle guy. He's seeing where he needs to be. He's kind of like a good pool player, like you have to be, and walking to his next obstacle, getting in position. You know, he's seeing where things need to go. So he's going to bring Walt around here, try to push him up against the fence, and that's okay. It's really not too much of a problem, but he needs to get Walt back and push those back ones. Direct the front one, push the back ones. So he's lost a little bit of time in the way that happened, but he's not a problem. He's still got a good run going. Got to get him headed to the sort pen without creating a problem. So when you see, like that one cow, you see her tail up in the air, that's not necessarily really good. She's going to cause you a problem. She's going to run off. She's not going to pay attention. He's got him in the sort pen. He's got a great run going. Got his sword if one doesn't back out on him. There you go, 222 it looks like. That's going to put him up in that top spot, or top placing. It might be about third or fourth right now. You just can't beat yourself, you know, and he didn't. He just kept on pushing, kept going. So that's what we're looking for. He was about 220 something, so that put him into third place. That was really good. I hope you all enjoyed that little conversation we had with our Nutrena rep. Pretty informative, pretty knowledgeable about what she's doing. You know, feeding these dogs are so important, and sometimes we don't realize it. But whatever you feed, I mean, Nutrena is a great company, great feed. But whatever you're feeding, pay attention to your dogs. Watch them. Make sure you're feeding the right thing for the type of work they do. And, you know, if you pay attention to them, you see things that aren't right, figure it out. You know, research it, talk to a friend, talk to your vet. Just don't let it go unattended. Okay, now we're up with Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Beverly coming up after they exhaust the cattle from the arena. Yeah. So here comes Stacy and Beverly into the arena. I say Beverly's one of these dogs that we talked about, the different colors now, you know, where years ago the Border Collie was black and white, you know, had long hair. Now we got slick hairs, we got medium coats, and, you know, we've got red and white, we got black and white, we got tricolor, we got brindles, we got everything. And, you know, breeding this dog came out, it just happens to have a lot of white on them. You know, she really works nice for Stacy. She's got a good handle on her. She sends her off on her way. I've noticed that a lot of the cattle, when they come out, they tend to go to that side. They don't run off to the other side. So there's a draw down there somewhere that they're wanting to go to, and it's the dog's responsibility to push them back into the middle and direct them. So that's what Stacy and Beverly are going to do. We're going to direct the front one, push the back one, and that's always a problem when that one kind of hangs back, and then you've got this one that's just about to miss the obstacle, and she's got to come all the way around. Nice job, Beverly. Stacy tried to put a little haze on her and it didn't work. So Beverly's going to have to take charge and get them back. So right now I think she's only got 2 through, so she's going to she can go on if she wants, but chances are, and she's not going to, the rules say that you need to get 1 through an obstacle to go on. So she got 2 through, one kind of skirted around, but she has the option, if she wanted to just continue on. She'd lose those 15 points for that one cow and move on to her second obstacle. She's choosing to bring them back all around and load them up again and try to get all her points for that. Now, she's taking a little extra time, but you cannot win if you don't have a full score, in this level of competition. You can always make up a little bit of time later on, maybe in the second run might be better, but you're not going to make up the points. So that's probably a good move for her. So we've got them pushed into that number 2 obstacle. You see that one that's kind of would be on Stacy's side. She kind of got her tail up in the air a little bit when she's running. And she's the troublemaker in the group. You just kind of keep an eye on her. She's the one that just doesn't quite want to play as well as the other ones do. Oh, Beverly gets them through. Oh, come on now. That was not fair. That cow just skirted around there. And that wasn't even the one with the tail in the air. That was the little white face one. So she's got to bring them back again. And she cannot load from that side. She has to bring them straight through the obstacle and turn them around, do what we call daylight, and that would be at the end of the orange panel on the lower end of your screen. And daylight, I'm going to pass that line, turn them around, and then go into the obstacle. So, she's having a little bit of problems here with these cattle. They're kind of all over the place. And this has got to be really frustrating. It is frustrating for the handler, but it's got to be frustrating for the dog as well to have them just running all over. And then the dog's got to have the same thought process we do, is why can't I get this thing to go back right where I want it? I'm doing everything right. And, so the dogs have those emotions as well. And if she can get that one turned like she did, there was a good job, Beverly. Now she's going to have to come over here on the away side. That'd be, remember, away to me is counterclockwise. Now she's got to come back on the come by side and push them back to the right. So the come by would be going clockwise. So as she goes around now stock, that's clockwise right there. She's got them all into the obstacle. Now I'll get them to the point line. And she's good. She's got a minute left to get them pinned and sorted. Let's see if she can do that. Looks like they skirted that side. So Stacy could walk in there and push them back if she wants. Now the handler is not allowed to walk into the obstacle, but the side of the obstacle between the obstacle and the fence is not part of the obstacle. So she could walk in there where that one cow is milling around. Beverly's having a little bit of a tough time with this one getting them back. And there goes the buzzer. So they'll come back on Thursday and try it again in round 2 and hopefully have a better run. Okay, coming up, we're going to have Marcella Cordova and Duke. They'll be our next contestant in the novice class. And we're getting close to the back end of this thing. I don't know, we've got maybe about another 6-8 runs or so.
That concludes the nursery.
Yeah, finally the clouds are breaking. We're starting to see a little bit of sunshine. And hopefully our rain is gone. That's what the forecast says. And things will start drying out. Okay, here's Marcella and Duke. They come all the way from, I think it's Camicel, New Mexico. That's a long drive. So she sends Duke on the away to me side, again counterclockwise. Think of this as a big clock. The cattle are in the middle of the clock. So when the dog goes around counterclockwise, that's an away. If it comes around this way, the way she went, she gave the dog to come by. Command. Now she's going to give it an away command. And she'll probably give it a come by. There you go, right down the middle, Marcella. Nice job. Nice job. Coming to obstacle number 2. So things to remember, you know, when you're looking at this, if you're not real familiar with cattle and working cattle and the dogs and stuff, this is just to simulate what we do on the ranch. You know, if we got to bring cattle in or move them, you know, bring them into a corral or move them from pasture to pasture, load trucks with them, whatever has to be done. There's our partners out there, you know, and you know, in all reality, in a ranch situation, you know, a good dog is going to take the place of about 2 cowboys. And, you know, they don't go to town on Friday night, and they get up early every morning. Never seen a dog with a hangover. And, you know, they just come to work and they just love it, you know. I don't mean to take anything away from the cowboys out there. And I think most of them enjoy a good cow dog anyway, you know.
2 days of that. There we go. Yeah, exactly.
So probably one of the biggest problems that we have as handlers is overflanking our dogs. And when we give them a flank, whether that be the away or the come by, to redirect the cattle in the direction they're going, we allow them to go too far. Or when we ask them to stop, they go too far. You know, sometimes it might just be a step or two. and that changes the direction of the cattle. So, like I said, once we get to working, we really have to start reading our cattle better. That's what makes us better, and getting a better bond with our dog, so they respect the commands that we're asking of them. So when we ask them to stop, they stop. And we can direct those cattle in the proper direction. So, right now, Marcella and Duke have to get those cattle back over towards the sort pen and get them in that direction. So Duke's really been working, from what it looks like here, watching, really good. He's been staying off. He hasn't been getting in a fight with anything. It looks like he's taken all the directions that Marcella's giving him. Did an excellent job there. She flanks him back and they walk in. He lies down. He's going to guard that hole. The cattle are not allowed to come back out that way before she gets the sort. So one has to come out of the left-hand side opening by that number 6 first. So if the cattle walk out, if Duke doesn't stop that one, she's going to have a problem. So he's putting just enough pressure on them to keep them contained, and that's what he's doing right now. So one comes out, Marcella steps in. Nice job, Marcella. That was excellent. Good time, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Congratulations to Duke and Marcella. They did a really nice job on that. Okay, coming in the arena now is Shane Elwood and Ike. They're from Banner, Wyoming. Getting them set up. We'll see which way. Looks like he's got Duke or Ike set up for the away side. He's called for his cattle. They're going to open the gate. The cattle are coming in and they're going to go off to that side. She sends them on the away. Let's see what I can get done here. That was nice control. All we're trying to do is control these cattle. We're not trying to fight with them. Looks like he's got a good set that, will move. They're taking the pressure, and it doesn't look like it doesn't take a lot of pressure. But if the dog gets too high, was a couple steps high on that cow, and if you notice, it stopped the flow. Those cattle saw him, and they slowed down and stopped. So that's part of this competition, is the time. And every time you stop those cattle or change their direction off the straight line, you're wasting time. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So if you can keep them going as straight as you can and don't have to turn their heads again, then you're going to be faster. And that's what we're trying to do. So he's got a good run going. We're at 1 minute. And he's through the second obstacle. Looks like Ike is listening very well. Pushes those cattle. Now he's got to bring them back around. Going the wrong way, Ike. Come on back. That was good control. If he would have gone a little bit farther than where Shane had stopped him, he could have turned those cattle around and sent them back towards Shane, which you don't want to do. So now he's at 1.5 minutes, and he's going on to obstacle number 4. So they're at a pretty good pace. He just needs to keep them moving. They've changed their direction. They didn't go straight to that obstacle. And just think of the seconds that were added onto that because they went a different direction and the dog had to turn them around again and start them. So he's good. He's at 2 minutes. He's coming to the sort pen. They're a nice, steady walk. And that's all we want. And look at the way that Ike is staying off of those cattle, you know, not coming into the bubble unless he's asked to come into the bubble. You know, comes around to block that side. That's a nice dog to come all the way around and go back. He's taking his commands really well. Let's see how Shane does on a sort. He does very good. Whoa, that was nice. 2:44. You know, that's another 2-minute run. I know that put him in the top 8. Okay, coming in the arena we have Bruce Garrett and Ticket from Kona, Idaho. Bruce calls for his cattle. And he sends Ticket on and away, and let's see what he does. Cattle are already moving and looking towards the fetch panels. All Ticket's got to do is keep him going that way. So he's got to go away. Uh-oh, wrong direction. Send him on and away. So away again is counterclockwise. Figure that the cattle are in the center of our clock. There he goes. Now send him back or he's going to turn him again. Right there. Cattle are going to come straight through there. Nice job. We just want to keep them moving. You know, it's pretty noticeable, I think, for everybody watching that, you know, these cattle are all different. They all move at different paces. Some of them want to be cooperative. Some of them don't want to be cooperative. Some of them just kind of want to trot. Some of them just want to hang out. Some of them will bend to a little pressure. Others, it takes a lot of pressure. So, you know, the handler has to read what he's seeing and has to react and has to ask his dog to do the correct thing for that situation. You know, every cow has a different bubble around them of what it's going to take to create that movement. So, you know, that's where the handler comes in, is he needs to be able to read those cattle and see what it's going to take to change the direction or slow down those cattle or speed those cattle up, somehow control them and put his partner in the correct place to get that job done. So like right now, Ticket went way around to the head. Those cattle don't want to come out of there with that dog there. So he's got to bring them back around, get them right behind. And the more the dog interferes with the flow of the cattle like he's doing right now, that tends to confuse the cattle. They're not sure what he really wants them to do, right? So Bruce kind of needs to get old Ticket back towards Bruce to push those cattle, you know, get behind them, put the pressure on. And when we say pressure, just the presence of the dog. If you notice, see, the dog's not doing anything except just standing in the way, and those cattle didn't want to go there. So Bruce has got to get Ticket back to him to push those cattle back into that corner where they'll clear the daylight line and then turn them around and bring them out. Boys, don't play with that. Okay. Okay, so Bruce and Ticket are still going up to that corner obstacle number 3, or number 4 rather. And, you know, now he's got them moving, but he's just got to keep them that way. And he's got one that's lagging back. Now they're going. So he's still got lots of time. You just got to keep doing the right thing. Okay. See, if we had a way to tell that dog what our course is, which we don't, that would be a lot easier because they'd already know. But see, they don't know what the course is. They rely on us to tell them where to direct the cattle. Well, good job, Bruce and Ticket. They got the whole score, full score. A few minor little issues in there. They were at 5 minutes and 20 seconds, but they got it done, and congratulations, nice run. All right, let's go to a commercial and talk about some of our sponsors. Okay, we're kind of coming on to the backside of our class. I think we've only got about 4 or 5 more dogs to run. Been a full day. This is Weston Halstead. All right, looks like this was Weston, so we've only got 3 more dogs. We got Barbara Jacobs and G.S. Romel, Catherine Turner, Katie Turner, and Boyd, Charles Gates, and Starr. So good old end of the day. The sun's coming out. It's going to be beautiful tomorrow, even better than it was. Some of our mud's going to clean up. Woo! Well, I hope you all have been enjoying this. You know, most of, a lot of the people involved here, don't necessarily get paid for this or anything. They never told me where I had to pick up a paycheck, so I'm assuming I don't get paid. But I was at a meeting the other night that they called for all the people that were helping and doing things, and I counted almost 50 people in that room. A lot of them young kids. If you could look around here, we got a half dozen guys on horseback and gals moving these cattle back and forth. We got people over in the sheep arena. You got judges and timers up in each one of the arenas. 3 arenas going. The people that set the cattle out, the people that take the cattle out of the arena. So about 50 people to keep this thing running, 3 arenas and all day. So we really, really appreciate that. Here we go with Barbara Jacobs and G.S. Romel from Galt, California. Oh. Barbara looks like she's got a pretty nice set of cattle. Romel is a pretty accomplished dog in the stock dog world. He's been shown in everything from the open to the novice, and he does really well with all the different people that have handled him. Look at how nice and wide the dog works off, and just keeps the cattle going. He's not doing anything to get Barbara into a wreck here, into trouble. Barbara does a good job of keeping these cattle contained, keeping Romel in the right place so the cattle can flow. And sometimes it's just a matter of inches. You're a couple inches too high, those cattle are going to stop or they're going to turn. Now this set of cattle doesn't look like it's a winning set of cattle, but it's a good set of cattle from the standpoint that they're sticking together, they're moving, they're not curious or trying to fight with the dog. They're taking the direction the dog is giving them. She's going to call them to a go-by side here in a second. As soon as they get them into this obstacle, which will be very shortly. And come on. There he goes. I think she got him back. I don't know. Quick, if they cross that line, she's got to bring them out. It's hard to see those lines from here, but it looks like she did. So she's going to try it. She had to reload it, so she brought them back, and now she's got it. And cattle turn to the right, and they're on their way to obstacle number 3. So here we go. See if you can get them up on that high side of that obstacle and keep them flowing. They're at a nice pace. This is where she can really pick up some time. Okay, got Romel stopped. She pushes him forward to give him a little bit of pressure and get him moving again. She's doing a really good job. She's almost at 3 minutes right now. She's moving herself back to get into position for this pin and sort. And she's got a nice run going. She's going to finish in good shape if everything keeps going this way, which it sure looks like it is. They walk right into the pen, got them pinned, 1 out that side, and 2 out the other side. Barbara, that is the way to do it. Thank you very much. Congratulations. 3 minutes and 24 seconds. That's an excellent run for Barbara and G.S. Romel. Now we're down to our last couple runs. And we can go have a drink. Okay, let's talk about some of our sponsors. Mill Iron S Outfitters LLC. Stockton White. This kid, 14 years old. He's the picture on the left if you're looking at it. With brand new braces and stuff. And I mean, this kid's he'll guide you on a duck hunt, a moose hunt, a cat hunt, summer, winter, fall. He does it all, Give him a holler. Look him up, man. Don't be afraid. I mean, don't let a 14-year-old kid let you think that he doesn't know what he's doing, because he does. Okay, here you go. The brand new Catherine Turner. Katie and Brett just got married on the 3rd, I think it was the 3rd of this month. So this is kind of her first outing as Mrs. Turner. So both her and her husband Brett show dogs. They live here close to where we do in California. Known Brett for a long time. Great guy, and Katie is just the sweetheart of the ball. I've never seen her without a smile on her face, and she is coming into this dog world with both guns blaring. She has really been doing good with her dogs. I'll tell you what, if anybody sees this girl without a smile on her face, you come tell me, because I've never seen it. Boyd's really taking his commands. He's doing a good job. Look at him staying off, not getting in trouble, just directing the front cow and pushing the back. Now he's going to come around and kind of push a little bit, put a little pressure on the backside. Katie's in perfect position. Going to move him to obstacle number 3. Cattle are on a nice trot. They're headed good. Let's see if she can get them turned without... Yeah, she's got them. She's got them. Tends Boyd over just a little bit. See, all it takes is a little bit of pressure to turn these cattle. And sometimes just standing there is pressure. When we say pressure, don't take that to mean we're standing there with a whip or a gun or anything. That's a different type of pressure. This is just getting in their eye where they know that they always go away from pressure. You know, cattle are a fight or flight animal. You push them into a corner, they're going to fight. If you just put a little pressure on them, they go away from the pressure. And that's what you're doing right here. This is very low stress for the cattle. Nice work by Katie and Boyd. They're doing an excellent job. They've come around that obstacle number 4. Katie is getting into position for the pin and the sort. Boyd has been doing a really good job of keeping these cattle contained. This is a nice set of cattle. Thank you again, Steve White and family, for bringing all these cattle to us in such good shape and that are so uniform. Nice job, Katie. Yeah, don't overflank now. Don't get those cattle going somewhere else. Now, that's what happened in that one. You overflanked just a little bit. He came too far and pushed those cattle, that one cow, out. There you go. Now they're in. Now let's see what Katie can do. This is all about her. See how good she can make this sort. There goes one. She steps in, blocks those other two. They walk right out. Nice run, Mrs. Turner. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Very, very good. Congratulations. Okay, well, here's kind of our standings at this point. First place still, Dusty Org and Reba with a full score, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Tim Jessen and Walt, second place, full score, 2:20. Brett Caber and Walt, 2:21, 1 second. Fourth place, Zach Brady and Daybell's Ranger, 2:41. Shane Ellenswood and Ike, full score in 2:43. Sixth place, Weston Crapo and Helen at full score in 2:51. Seventh place, Shane Ellenwood and Roxy, full score in 3:05. And in eighth place again, Dusty Org and Dixie at full score in 3:07. So, holy cow, guys. less than a minute separates the first 8 places. That is pretty darn good. You know, that's pretty tight competition, you know. Okay, we got to be coming on close to our last run or so. And we've got Charles Gates and Star from Sulphur Rock, Arkansas. Last one. Okay, so we've had people here from Alabama, from Arkansas, from Nevada, from California, Oregon, Washington, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma. I can't even count all the other places. There's a lot of places that I don't even know about that I've never been to. But again, a tribute to the people that have created this Mountain States Stock Dog Association. Steve and Sherry White, Jeannie Biggers, Clyde and Doreen McCourt have worked so hard over the years to create such an environment for us to come and have fun and compete in these surroundings. This thing has just grown and grown and grown. It's amazing. So thank you all for doing such a hard job, working so diligently all through the year to make this happen, so we can have a good time. And thank you to all the live stream people that are doing such a good job keeping this thing running, man. These guys are awesome. You know, and they don't even know nothing about dogs, do you? Do you even have a dog? This young man sitting in front of me running this computer, he's awesome. You know, keeps the thing rolling. Then we got cameramen up here, you know, and they do such a great job. It's amazing. Charles is doing a good job here with his dog Star. They're already on to obstacle number 3. They got a good set going. You know, these cattle, when we talk about a bubble, think about a balloon with the cattle inside the balloon, and if the dog gets inside that balloon, it bursts. And that's kind of what happens with the cattle. They've got a bubble around them, and as long as we stay outside the bubble, we don't create a problem. You know, they feel the pressure and they move, and we can direct them. We get inside the bubble and it creates more pressure. Now the dogs are allowed to come inside the bubble when we invite them in. They cannot come inside that bubble unless they're invited. So it takes a real experienced dog to know where that bubble is, and an experienced handler to understand where it is. So a lot of times when you see a cattle problem, something going wrong, it's not always because the cattle are bad. It's because the dog is encroached upon that bubble. It's kind of like walking into a bar. You guys ever been there where somebody wants to come talk to you and he's right in your face? What do? You back up. You know, you don't want him there. Back up a couple feet, you know, and then you can talk to me. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. And that's kind of the same bubble that the cattle have, you know. Stay out of my bubble or we'll have a problem. We don't want to have a problem. I'll do what you want if you just stay out of my bubble. So it's a big learning experience. You know, Charles is giving Star a little bit of help on here, getting him in there. It's a team sport, so that's what it's all about. He's through obstacle number 3, I think. Yeah, he is. Now he's going to be on to obstacle number 4, the one over in the far right corner of this arena. So this is our last run of the day for our novice class. So I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. for putting up with us all. I want to thank our live stream crew, all our set-out handlers, our set-out crew, our cowboy crew on horseback that have been moving cattle all day, all our timers, our judges that have been up in the booth all day. I mean, they're sitting there all day. They're not doing anything. They're not having any fun out here showing their dogs or anything. They're doing a job, and they're doing it all for us so we can have fun. So I'd like to give them a big thank you. The cruise day is not done. They've still got to feed and water sheep and cattle. They're going to have to reset all these panels that are out in all three of these arenas, reset the course for tomorrow. I know a lot of them are not going to get done in time to have much of a dinner. And Charles is about to make a successful run. And thank you, Charles, for doing that and ending our day on a good note. Okay, we'll see you all tomorrow. Y'all have a good evening. Don't drink too much.
Live from Afton, Wyoming, it's the 2023 Mountain States Stock Dog Association National Finals, presented by Nutrena. What's inside counts.